domu edishe nyankopon insam. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
We are most grateful, Sheikh Ridwan. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gathered here for a very important national exercise. And the committee members are going around the whole regions to solicit for the suggestions of individuals, groups, and people. We are fortunate to have them in our midst. I believe that we've had a lot of discussions in our homes, in our offices, in our churches and mosques about the Constitution. Sometimes you hear on radio when some issues are being discussed, people call in to bring out their views as to the areas of the Constitution that they think should be changed or amended. So we have this opportunity, and because we want to get the best out of the region, I'll plead with you that if you want to speak the English language, you are free to do so. If you want to speak the Ashanti language or any language of your choice, there are people here who interpret it. And I believe that the committee members were carefully selected, and they will understand your language. So you don't have any problem. Without wasting much time, I'll start by introducing the members on the high table from right to left. We have Professor Kwame Kakari. Oh, you can do it better. He's a member of the committee. We have Dr. Esi Ansa. We have Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu. We have Justice Sophia Adira. We have Dr. Reina Akum Pareja. Forgive me if I've butchered your name. Mrs. Charlotte Osei. Dr. Godwin Jokutu. And the chairman is Professor H. Kwesi Prempe Egg. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the members of the committee who are here to take our views. And like we always say, this is a mamre fie, and this is a manie fie, the culture and customs of our people. So we know that the best will come from this region. And so be rest assured and when the opportunity is presented, make sure that what we've been discussing in our various places, we will voice them all up. At this juncture, permit me to go to the high table and take the chairman's remarks. Give him a welcome clap.
Good morning again. Nananom clergy, members of the security agencies, public servants, students, general public, ladies and gentlemen. Again, apologies for the late start. We were expecting to start at 9 or latest about 9:30, but things have been a bit slow starting. We hope that the room will fill up in the course of the morning, and we can have a very good session here in Kumasi, as we have had in all of the regions and places where we've been to. But thank you for making time this morning to be here. The Constitution Review Committee, we have a full house actually. All of us are here, an 8-member body set up at the start of the year by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Our mandate is to bring an end, bring finality to a process that has been waiting for some time. You recall that in 2010, the late President Jonathan Mills initiated the process of constitution review with the establishment of a Constitution Review Commission. The report of that commission was laid before government in 2011. And there are many of you who have wondered since then what happened to that report. The long and short answer is that that report has awaited action and has not seen action since then. So our mandate as a committee is to take on that report as one of our primary documents. But then because a lot has happened, a lot has changed since 2011, the President thought it wise to ask the committee to also embark on a series of public consultations. And then to 2011 mission, as well as what else we heard from the public and in our own deliberations, and come up with recommendations to take this process forward so that finally we can get some amendments to the Constitution. So that is what we have been doing since we were inaugurated at the end of January 2025. We have held various diverse public. We started in Accra. We divided up the Constitution into diverse public. We started in Accra. We divided up the Constitution into on a series of meetings with different institutions in these areas. So we've held meetings on lands and natural resources, local government and decentralization, anti-corruption, independent constitutional bodies, the judiciary, the legislature, political parties, and on and on and on. So those were the first set of meetings that we had. And then we also thought it would be wise to have meetings not based on thematic areas of the Constitution, but based on identifiable interest groups. So in that regard, we've had meetings with private sector and labor representatives. We've had meetings with academia and professional bodies. We've held meetings with the security services, the military, police, fire service, immigration, the leadership of these bodies. We've held meetings with the media, industry people in the media. And then we held meetings with leaders of the faith community, mostly Christian and Muslim leaders in Accra. We also, since being in Kumasi, we held meetings yesterday with the National House of Chiefs. And last on our list, when we return to Accra, we will have meetings with the Council of State. Then we also decided to meet certain individuals, personalities who have held very high office in the land and have practiced or operated the Constitution at a very high level, and whose views and perspectives and experiences we thought would be useful for the kind of work that has been assigned us. So again, in that regard, we have met with the current president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to understand what his views are about the Constitution, what his own experiences are, having served as president before, as vice president. We've also held similar meetings with former presidents, President John Ejekum Kufuor, President Akufo-Addo, Vice President Bawumia. We've had meetings with former Speaker Okwe, current Speaker Bagbing, former chair of the Council of State, Nana Otuo, former member of Council of State, Kujeto, Samo Kujeto, and then the former Chief Justice, Justice Sophia Kufu. These are all persons who have held very high office under the Constitution in the various branches of government. So we thought that their views would be indispensable in this process. We also met with Nana Dr. S.K. Biasanti, who some of you may recall was one of the architects of the 1992 Constitution, as chairman of the Committee of Experts, whose proposals form the basis for the making of this Constitution. But these were all and were basically meetings with mostly Accra-based elites, if we might call it such. But then our goal as a committee is not to confine ourselves to Accra or to the elites. We are supposed to reach out to the country. The Constitution was adopted in April 1992 following a referendum by Ghanaians. So if it's time to change anything about the Constitution, we would have to go back to the people whose votes approved it in the first place. So we've been holding a series of public engagements, zonal public engagements across the country since June, or maybe since towards the end of June. We've held meetings in. We started in Bolgatanga, and then came down to Tamale, went to Wa, and then to Koforidua, to Ho, to Accra, to Cape Coast, and then Takoradi. And this week we started in Sunyani, and now here in Kumasi, where we will have our last public engagement before we return to Accra. So this is why we are here. The public engagements have been extremely, extremely useful, as all the members on the committee will attest. If we had stopped at the meetings in Accra, if after the meetings with the president and all of that, we said, okay, we know enough, this is it, we can now start working as a committee and writing our recommendations. If we had done that, we would have missed out on a lot. Because traveling the country, we've gotten a lot of very interesting views and contributions and proposals. There's almost something new that you learn from every one of these engagements we have held across the country. So we attach a great deal of engagements, and we are expecting that this meeting will yield the same results for us in terms of contributions. The Constitution covers pretty much everything. Our goal as a committee is, our interest is in finding solutions to problems in the areas of governance, democracy, politics, development, right? So if there is a problem in the way in which this country is structured, this country is governed, power is exercised, whether at a local or national level, and you think that that is a hindrance to our development, is not being done properly, and encouraged to raise the issue. If you think that we can use the Constitution to as a way of solving that problem, please feel free to make a contribution in that regard. Again, if you think that the Constitution itself, or something in the Constitution, or in the way we have practiced it, is what is the source of the problem, again, we would be happy to hear what you think and how we might fix that problem through the Constitution. So either the Constitution is part of the problem or part of the solution. That's what we are looking for. You don't have to be a lawyer. Not every member of the committee is a lawyer, because the Constitution is not just a legal document. It is a social contract, it's a political, it's an economic document, it's many things at the same time. So please feel free, don't feel inhibited. As our moderator said, language should not be a barrier. If you want to communicate to us in a language that is spoken, any of the languages that is spoken in the Ghanaian community, please feel free. If we don't have the linguistic capacity on the committee, we are sure that somebody else, the moderator or somebody else in the crowd, in the audience, would help us with an interpretation or a translation. So please feel uninhibited. Just be brief, be constructive. If possible, offer us a solution, but you don't have to. If sometimes the solution is in the problem itself, the way you state it. So please feel free to participate. Participation has been extremely high across the country. As I said, we've gotten some very, very important input, some interesting, innovative proposals. And so we are encouraging you to be free to participate. This constitution is about 32 or so years old. In many regards, it has helped us to at least achieve stable democratic peace. This is not something every country can say for themselves. We have been able to do under this constitution certain things we were never able to do before that, which is transfer power peacefully on schedule from one government, one party to the next. Again, not something that many countries are able to do. Some of the provisions that are controversial in other countries, in this place, we have observed all those provisions quietly. Term limits, you come 1-2 times, you go. That is not controversial. This is not something that other countries are able to do. Today I was just reading that next door in Côte d'Ivoire, the president is going for the 4th term. People are not happy with it. We have been saved all of that trouble. So it has done some things for us. But I think that many more people expect that in these 32 years we would be in a different place developmentally than we are. And we can confirm it traveling the country by road, that all is not good, all is not well on the ground in terms of development. And so there's expectation that the democracy we have enjoyed, the peace, the peaceful transfer of power that we have enjoyed will translate beyond elections into something that would raise the standards of living of the people. So that is the broad expectation of the people of Ghana. And while the constitution is not a silver bullet that can solve all of the developmental problems of the country, it can provide a good foundation. So if you think that there is a way in which we can do things differently, govern this place differently, choose leaders differently, any way we can improve the governance of the country, we are happy to hear your voice and to take note of the contribution you have to make. So on that note, I will hand the mic back to our able moderator who will steer the affairs for the remainder of the day. Okay. Okay. I have been, when I don't wear my glasses, my sight, but I've been alerted by Her Ladyship, my colleague on the high table, Justice Sophia Adinyira, that her former boss, the former Chief Justice, His Lordship, Justice Enim Yabua is here. Welcome, and thank you, sir, for finding time in your peaceful retirement to join us here. I understand the regional minister is also here. Okay. I was expecting an old man, sorry. No. You're most welcome, sir. I know you only by reputation, and it's good to see you here. So I think we will get started. The room is already filling up nicely, so we will not detain you any further. Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Believe that Prof has opened the floodgates for us. He has told us the purpose of our being here. And we believe that we will get a lot of, somebody will say, goodies from the Ashanti region that will feature prominently in the next constitution. Whilst the chairman was giving his opening remarks, like he did say, we have the regional minister in our midst. He is the political head of this region. It's no other person than Honorable Dr. Frank Amoakuhene. I believe we can, at this juncture, it will be nice for us to give the regional minister the opportunity to say a few words before we proceed. So, regional minister, you are welcome to this important program.
Thank you. Professor Chairman, members of the Constitutional Review Committee, Your Lordship, the former Chief Justice, and I'm present here, ladies and gentlemen, present here. I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, on whose accord I stand as the President's representative for the Ashanti region. And also I'm glad to host the Constitutional Review Committee here in the Garden City of West Africa. And on that accord also welcome the team to the gateway of Ghana, which is the Ashanti region of the Republic. And also want to commend the team that this is a historic gathering where we not dismantling the foundation of our constitution, but we seek to strengthen same. Because a nation's strength relies solely on our ability to grow our constitution as our nation also grows. Because you agree with me that the framers of the constitution had a certain perspective at the time where they were writing the constitution. And as the society grows, definitely our needs and a lot of issues come up that may not have been provided for by the constitution. Equally, some provisions may not fit in well, especially in this generation, 32 years on. Our ability to reflect on this and be able to, as it were, propose new means of doing things and getting them done efficiently and effectively will go a long way to drive that we need. And also we know that 32 years on, definitely we would need to make sure we reflect and reflect well so that moving forward, as it were, the things that are good in there that have protected our democracy for the past 32 years in this Fourth Republic, we can strengthen same. Those that we think that are retarding our development, we can be bold enough to change same. So I would only encourage you and add my voice to that of the chairman that things that you think are not helping, let us hear you out. I'm sure that you don't have to be a lawyer per se to make a contribution to that effect. The committee is well endowed. So you can say it the way you understand it. And I'm sure they will frame it in a way that will make constitutional sense. So that we'll be able to present same and pass same. But this said, I also want to acknowledge my chief director who came with me, Mr. Michael Owusu Amwako. And also I see some of the MMDCs also present here. MMDCs, I can see F. Jacob South MMDC present. A lot more will join. So I wish us a very fruitful deliberation, and I believe that right from here we will have what it takes to review our constitution and do so better. Thank you very much.
For the regional minister. Thank you, Dr. Frank Amoakohene for being frank with us. We'll be open to. At this juncture, like we did mention earlier on, we are going to have an open session. If you think there are issues with the Constitution that you can bring your suggestions, that will be captured by the committee members. It is said that the Constitution is a living organism capable of growth. And at age 32 to 33, the Constitution is still a young man. If you advise him, he will take it into good stride and amend his ways so that it will help him growing up. So we will ask people to come into the middle. If you have any suggestions, you can come into the middle. The microphone will be given to you. We'll take about 10 opinion views. After that, we'll revert to the committee to say one or two things before we continue. So if you have any question or you have suggestions, you can be in the middle row. The mic will be given to you. Then you say it as it is. Thank you. Can we have about 2 or 3 people who are ready to?
My name is Kwame Boachidankwa. And I don't know if I am angry or I don't know if I am sad or I don't know what. But what I'm going to ask is just a rhetorical question. I don't want anybody to be angry. But the question is this: do we as a country know what we are doing, and do we understand what we are doing? Why do I ask that? Anybody, whether you are in primary school or middle school, the first thing you learn about government is 3 arms of government: the legislature, the executive, and then the judiciary. They are equal and separate. Give us the doctrine of separation of powers. But here in Ghana, it looks like the executive is all powerful than the rest of the organs, which doesn't sit well with whatever democracies we say we are practicing. Why am I talking about this? You take the members, what do you call it? The executive, the people the president appoints as his cabinet. Now, the Constitution says how many of them should come from the parliament? Why should the executive member be a member of the legislature? Why? I don't think that is good. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking that thing should be what? Shouldn't be part of the Constitution. Another thing, when it comes to the vetting of these members of the appointments, if you look at the recent vetting committee hearings and what went on, you ask yourself, are we serious? Why? Because the vetting committee is to vet and winnow out people who are not fit to be what do you call them? What? Yes. I don't know if any of you saw it, but when I saw it, I felt very, very sad. The answers people gave, I mean, you ask yourself, if this is a minister, what kind of minister is he going to be? Why? Because the Constitution says that we have a vetting committee. What is their power? They go there, they sit down, and that's it. Because the Constitution mandates that if they reject you, it goes to the General Assembly for them to vote. Then why? Why do you waste our time asking people to sit down and ask questions when you know that the questions and everything is useless? Useless because when they reject you, it goes to the Parliament, and then Parliament will vote you because we have majority in the Parliament. Why will we waste our time? Why? So, if I have my way, this is what I want the members to consider. First, the vetting committee, we know, is made up of the majority and the minority. So what we should do is that we have a number, specific number. If we say, to me, we have, let me use an example, 15 people to be the committee. We have 9 members for the majority and 6 members for the minority. They make 15. When they finish their talking to the person, what they do is, we need 2 tests of the 15 people to approve the nomination. If they disapprove it, the nomination is dead. It doesn't go to Parliament for approval. It doesn't. So, before the president asked me, Kwamboachi, to go to the vetting committee, he must know that I qualify. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. People go there and then they ask you, what is the meaning of the flag? And he doesn't know it. People go there and they ask you, you say you are what? Coding. Coding. The member doesn't know it. Because the president has appointed him, he knows he's going to be the minister. He doesn't care. People come and they throw out all kind of nonsense. Yes, nonsense.
Hello.
Excuse me,
Hello.
Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
Yes.
Respectfully, Mr. Boachi Dankwa.
Yes, yes.
We are working with time.
Yes.
You are time out.
Okay.
Respectfully, you are time out. Respectfully, today is Friday. Our Muslim brothers and sisters who have to visit the mosque. And there are a lot of people who are ready to let us hear their views. So as much as possible, let's summarize. And let's not be specific, mentioning names and making references to what's, oh, if you come, I want A to be done. I want B to be done. This is my reason. 1, within 2 minutes, you should be done. Thank you for your understanding.
Professor Chairman, all members of the CRC committee, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Meaning peace be upon you. My name is Ambassador Shu'arif, former Ghana's ambassador to Guinea. I'm here, or we are here to represent the Zongo communities, because I don't want to speak on my behalf or on myself. What I'm bringing here is a true reflection of all the Zongos across the country. When we heard the CRC working, we also decided to go around throughout the country to get opinions of our people. And then we made them sign documents with their names handwritten to know that we visited everybody. From Kumasi to Wenchite Chima, to Bupe, to Tamale, to Bolgatanga. We couldn't go to Boko because of the problem there. There we also have Zongo communities. We couldn't go to Volta because time was not our side, Volta region. But we call all the Zongos around that area, of which they acknowledge. When we told them this is our mission, they say we should write their names and their phone numbers and write with consent, which we did. We went to Cape Coast, we went to Takoradi, Sekendi. In fact, we went to all the regions. So I will use 5 minutes. Read what they've given us because it's very important. I don't want to say something outside that. The subject is petition. Okay, no problem. Madam AC, Prof. Dr. Let me see. Yeah, AC, when I said AC, we all come from the same place. Part of me is from Elimina, Java here. But we know we are patrina by nature. So when you ask me, I say we are fantis. We are houses. Because that's okay. The petition for recognition of Zongos as official hometowns of descendants of the original pre-colonial dwellers of Zongos. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay.
But even before that, we've had Ambassador, we've had an engagement on citizenship as part of the engagement we had, and we had quite a number of members of the Zongo community represented there. The issue of hometown, I was just talking to her ladyship just before the program started. We have received, maybe not exactly this petition, but the issue has been raised about this hometown business that is used to harass members of the Zongo community when they go for public services or they want to access public services, go for a passport, Ghana card. So that issue has been raised. So if it's documented, if you have it written, you can just summarize the point and then submit the written document to us.
No problem. I think I will do that. It's the issue of hometowns. It's really worrying us. For instance, when I was made an ambassador, when we were touring the region, we reached Kofredua, the chief's palace. Then they started asking, from which place? Some will say, I'm a prince from Dagbang. Some will say, I'm this from this, I'm Nana from this. Then when it came to my turn, I said, so what is that? I said, okay, I'm Lai Sharif from Kumasi Zongo. Then there was a clap. But since then, they never raised that issue again. I was surprised. I said, why? Is there any problem? In fact, this thing gingered me, and it's part of the problem that when this constitutional review issue came, I said we should make sure we move. But when we go to also, there are so many issues. Our issue of inheritance, Law 111, I'm not going to talk about that. Our language, which is Hausa language, which is the third most widely spoken language in this country after English and Twi, which is Akan. Because either as a first language or as a second language, that one too is there. Before they used to BBC and other things, they removed all. We fought for it still. But God so kind, they brought this issue, the FMs and other things came, and then we now have our FM stations that do broadcast in Hausa. Or else we would have been there, we would have been somewhere. And if there's a problem, how do you communicate to your people? So these are issues, but our own is this issue of identity. Zongo is identified to us as our homeland, or our hometowns. Because if in a form is asked, what is your hometown? You said Zongo. When you say Zongo, they say, Zongo is not there. We are not from there. So we are just suggesting that if you can frame it, I don't know, we are not lawyers. The lawyers, my Lord, you will know how to frame it. That area that we live, we are there. We vote. We all have card. We are Ghanaians. But if you say you come from Zongo, you are not, if that thing can be captured, Zongo as hometown, then that one will help us. Then this issue of hometown will be seriously resolved. Because if I come from Kumasi Zongo, I say I come from Kumasi Zongo. If I come from Cape Coast Zongo, you say I come from Zongo. Because Zongos, there's no any place we don't have a Zongo. There's no any constituency without a Zongo. And then, but like we are just suspended in the air. For instance, though it's political, during our Aswasi constituency here, that place, the Zongo there is a big constituency, about 90% or 80% as Zongo. There are other accounts. What happened when they created when they were going to bring us the MCE? Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank
but
you
we'll have a problem.
Thank you for your. So we can give the document to us. I present to the committee.
Another additional document from Regional Chief Imam is research. Doctor, you can see me once again here. Yes. So, thank you.
We want to give equal opportunity to everyone. So respectfully, I want to hand the mic to my brother here. Make it snappy for us.
Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Moderator. What I have this morning is that I think Article 43.2, which gives the President the authority and appoint the Electoral Commission, should be amended to give Parliament the authority to appoint using absolute majority decisions. There should be a qualification and application through the Speaker of Parliament, and Parliament will then vet the most qualified, should be approved by absolute majority. This will make the Electoral Commission more accountable to Parliament, which is the representation of Ghanaians, than the executive power of the President. And another one was we should create an upper chamber for Parliament. So we should create upper chamber of Parliament for National House of Chiefs, and also sue public office holders for their inability to perform their functions as spelled out in the Constitution, and also law unexplained wealth by both public officers, holders, and individuals. Thank you so much, sir. These are my submission.
The quickest speech so far. Let's give him a clap. He's done well. I believe that others will also follow suit.
Thank you. My name is Samuel Adu Otu. Mr. Chairman, my proposal one is on the election of the president. One, I think the president should be elected not just by popular vote, but also by vote from the composition of the regions. So each region should be given a certain, in terms of that is the popular votes and the courage system, where each region is given a certain number of votes just for the region, to have regional representatives, so that the president must win from both the popular vote and also from at least majority of the regions. And then the reason is that we should have a regional representation in terms of how the president is elected. The second aspect is on the term of the office of the president. I'm proposing from a 2 4-year term to 1 7-year term, so that when the mandate is given to the president, he will have enough time to implement his policy, and not just a 4-year term where we are always looking at conducting election.
Quite get so
instead of 4-year term, 2 4-year terms, and 1 7-year term. 1 7-year term.
Okay.
And then also, I want the National Development Planning Commission to be made an authority where the planning of the country is given to the National Development Planning Committee. They should have a revolving 50-year development plan. And their plan should be approved by Parliament. The State of the Nation address should be done by the National Development Planning Commission or authority, and not the President, because they are independent bodies who are relevant for the growth and development of the country. Because we can only achieve a sustainable development of this nation when we have a plan that is long-term in nature.
And when your time to is up. When your time to is up. Thank you for your good suggestion.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Usman bin Ahmed. I'm the regional chief of the Full Base. When we say Full Base, we mean the Fulani. And then the national vice president. Actually, when we say a Fulani, people think that there's some few people with sticks and cows standing here and there causing distraction. That's the assumption of most people. But this tribe is a very special tribe, being marginalized and stigmatized. Based on that, there's a lot of challenges that we face. Everywhere you go, they say, Fulani for some of Ghana. Take a look at this so that we can have a solution. Thank you. Yeah, well, when we say Fulani, Fulani is a tribe like any other tribe.
I was going to say the same.
When we say special, it's about the stigmatization about them, and then because of the nature of the job that they do. For example, every time they say, oh, Fulani, in fact, you can even see during communication, Fulani, if any other person who causes any danger, they will mention the fellow's name. But when it comes to my tribe, they just mention the tribe. And it's becoming a serious problem for us. I'm happy within the committee, one of my mentor and senior is there, Dr. Tanko, Mr. Tanko. He knows the challenges that we are facing, and he knows what we are doing together on this. So please, the committee should have a second look at this issue of the full base. We call ourselves full base because we are trying to change it, the system that people are looking at us. So thank you very much, and I'm sure a good result will come from this. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you to Alaji. I believe that you are the best people to redefine your name and other things, and to help us, to help those people to reorient their minds. But I think the committee will capture it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just a minute. We've been hinted that the regional minister has an equally important assignment to attend elsewhere. So he will want to take leave of us. So, Mr. Regional Minister, we are most grateful for coming to us.
Mr. Regional Minister, in some of our forums, it's been suggested that we shouldn't have regional ministers. So it will be in your interest to sit so that we include you. But thanks for, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mpacho Mekachi, Midinde Mohammed Bans. Mpacho, my problem back here concerning abandoned projects. Mpacho, ebetimi I am rebia ebeshe abambia bebebia se until say yebewie project abina no was no a start no new abina waban untimi nye project for se wa complete dada na wo honomana Mpacho masemana.
Okay, let me follow that up with a short question. So your proposal, assuming that your proposal were the law, right, then it would mean, given that we have different parties that compete in an election, make promises, do manifesto, and other things. we could get ourselves into a situation where one party comes to power and they leave with just a host of uncompleted things. Then the next party's job for the next 4 years is only to complete those ones. They'll probably not have anything to start on their own. How exactly would that work?
What's in your chairman kind?
Me say, a proposal or the abetu yedim sesi no. Yen fan say ye jitu mu a. Na ye wo two parties and three poa. Omo call election party A say ye ba ye be say ni say e wo ye manifesto. Then so ye election no a na oba betu ni say party B na di kan ba no. Eja adwuma bebre project bebre ayen wie ye. Na so dem adwuma on ba ya ne say ye betoa ba ko de no so saa mo de mo nyam bre bi kra. You can get a situation where a miracle ni 4 years now bet me there bibia. That is the other side. How do you do that?
Chairman, but you say governance is continuous, and projects now or more, for the betterment of the country. And he say, "Was starting now on year, wabano say on money year you until now buy you need to complete it."
Unjin this a new party na abano. Engine this project no back no share no. Good for the country. Projects ni bebre or what you fan call parliament pony at swaba. What you say? Near or share no. On one say me manifesto na media me on fan call parliament. Na obia vote na the other side so agiatum say Sanka you will be say projects answer by no. Now they are called parliament. Now party obia no ya to aba agiatum say and no sa no. Send your last speaker back no kind was the national development plan no. You fan call parliament near to swaba. So we be sad ya. Now the other side no agiatum say o project how the buy no. Eyema ye na. Nti odo so ba obeto aso. Ba say wo kwa wa hye wo de ase. Na when we na back no the other one no feel say a good project. No by force so to aso. I'm just asking. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying say look at the other side too and see say ubet me ye shem rebisa no. You can also have a situation where one party just ties the other party's hands. Oba on to me just a word yanko.
Chairman, kakra meeting akafa we no so ye say ye hye samra na say project na to say dia o kan no ebia entirely no or ye bibi because of promise be a tama or ye campaign or ye say abanfo from no so ba or hwe na sa project we though a good for the country but said ye omo ye no man ye ni ya there is going to be a dialogue na abo no my fair example ye road construction na no more ye I think the previous government for contract na ma a contractor or the a management firm into a ban we are but no so she say ombehwe said you ombe sa particular contract and be na project na eden akoso into say etimi ye beboa
nya okay wo nyina so de ma firm na we suban no de man we me da se me oni ato aso.
I'm Emmanuel Tamate, and I'm from the Law Faculty, KNUST. I'm here on behalf of the President of the faculty and the other executives. So my submission is going to be on the independence of the judiciary and also how we are going to strengthen our SHRAJ as an independent constitutional body to protect fundamental human rights. So from the judgment from John Marshall in the Marbury and Madison case, we get to realize that it is very important for us to have an independent judiciary. However, looking at our country, the provision of Article 70 says that the president is going to appoint the chief justice directly, and by Article 1442, we see how it plays out, and the advice from the other members are not even binding on him, as they are just recommendations. And also, the finances and financial administration is also determined by the president under Article 71. It is our view that at the end of the day, all these are things that consciously marginalize the independence of the judiciary, particularly from the Chief Justice. And so we propose that at the end of the day, we should have a different appointment mechanism, and also the financial administration should be different, where the president does not dictate with his committee how the money or the allowances and the emoluments are going to be paid to the Chief Justice. Now, what happens at the African court, that's what we are drawing the inference from, is that they have 11 justices, and the justices themselves are able to elect who becomes their president and their vice president. That could be something the country could adopt. Now, secondly, we could also go on the tangent of seniority, such that at the end of the day, the senior becomes automatically the chief justice, or where we could also allow the chief justice or the judges themselves at the Supreme Court to also appoint their own chief justice, or the president who becomes the chief justice. Now, the other side is with Shraj. Now, the case of Attorney General and Shraj number 2 interpreted the Shraj function to be just investigative and educational. Without giving the quasi-judicial powers, it means Shraj cannot on its own take some matters. And also with the Shraj case and the Richard Anane as interested party, where they said it cannot take up cases suo motu. These are things that consciously also undermine the effectiveness of the Shraj institution in the country. We think those powers should be given to the Shraj to have the suo motu powers and also the quasi-judicial power to ensure the effectiveness and the protection of the fundamental human rights. So one, on how we strengthen our democracy with the Chief Justice, and also how we promote fundamental human rights by strengthening the Shraj. And we think with this, we are going to ensure that we meet the legal test under legal sovereignty and the popular test under popular sovereignty, as you all know from AVDIC. Thank you.
You pass your entrance to the law school. And I'm happy that you mentioned Shraj, because I've been working with Shraj for over 20 years. So I'm happy that the committee is here. I think they will use red pen in writing that session. All right. Continue, my brother.
Thank you. My name is Clement Kagere. I'm representing Asante Atim Central Municipal Assembly. I have about 4 quick issues where my input is coming from.
Within 2 minutes.
Yes. The first one is Attorney General and Minister of Justice. When we say the Attorney General, we are referring to an institution or an appointee who is a principal advisor to the president. That is to say, he advises the president on issues of prosecutions as to whether or not a particular issue ought to be prosecuted or not. He gives a legal view or advice to the president. Now, if that same person is the Minister of Justice, a Minister of Justice is to ensure that every citizen in the country gets justice. So if this same person is supposed to advise on my prosecution, and he is supposed to, as it were, ensure that I get justice, in my view, there's a conflict of interest. So I propose that there should be an amendment for Minister of Justice to be separate from Attorney General. That's the first point. The second point is election of MMDCs. It is my view that any president who comes into office should nominate 3 people for that constituency to vote on the 3 people. The third point, appointment of MPs as board members or board chairmen. We know that Parliament as a separate entity from the executive is expected to serve as checks and balances on the activities of the other organs such as the executive. So if an MP is appointed as a board member or as a board chairman,
and his time is up,
and that particular institution,
he will not be in the position to continue. Thank you.
Can I learn on this?
No. You have special dispensation.
You must allow him to complete it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this leniency.
For this grace.
Yes. If an MP is appointed as a board chairman or a board member, and we know boards are policy formulations of institutions. They formulate policies for the one of them, that is the managing director, to implement. So if there should be issues in respect of financial usage in that particular institution, Parliament is supposed to see to it that people are held accountable in that particular institution. So if the board chairman, for example, is the chairman of appointment committee, what happens? And his company is involved in financial malfeasance. So in my view, MPs should not be appointed as members of board or chief executives of boards. Now, last one. Last point, thank you. We all know that President has one term, 4 years. It is a fact that the first year is used for administrative organization of that particular president. So in effect, he has 3 years to execute policies. In my view, 3 years is too short. Each term should be 5 years, and there should be legal, there should be law to enforce that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. To hand it over to.
Thank you very much, the chair, and then his honorables. I am Opoku Ajiman Prempe from Kumasi Academy, also representing the Kumasi Academy Civic Education Club, and then I am the president, so as my vice beside me. Okay. Looking at the 1992 Constitution, from Article 89 to 92, talking about the Council of State and then its role. To us as the students' body, something must be done about the body which serves as the advisory body to the president. Because looking at the current democracy and then this era, it's like their presence are not felt in governance. Okay, thus losing their guard in addressing issues and then talking about it to the president's face. I'm trying to say that there are certain things that goes on, and then we know that there is an advisory board, and then they are to come in and then give advices to the president. Since we are not feeling their presidents, we don't see the necessity for us to waste resources on them in the sense of we paying them. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Opoku, I thought you would come from Opoku School, but not the same.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. I'm also Opuni Mensa Franklin, the PRO for Kumasi Academy Civic Educational Club.
Good.
This is from the voice, let me put it that way. This is the voice of students. Students are asking this question that, first, in our democratic rule, we do say that we rule according to separation of powers. Are we actually practicing it? Where the executive arm of government is seemingly the same as the legislative arm of government. This is what a student said. Because ministers are appointed, majority of them, according to Article 78 of the Constitution, that majority of ministers should be appointed from Parliament. And if otherwise, if we want to appoint others to, it should be subject to approval of Parliament. And in the long run, what we are trying to say is that our separation of power, that thing is not, how they call it, I've forgotten. This is from the voice.
If you think you have forgotten,
I'm
all right.
You're all together, so why can't you? Your queen mother can remind you.
Okay, so the one then. The other one is about our what we call the dual citizenship. Yes, dual citizenship. In the Constitution, it states that and other appointments, if you are a dual citizen, you cannot hold that office. Yeah. And so students want to ask that, don't we all think that individuals who have the capacity, the ability to hold offices, they are being prevented from doing such, and it seems people who cannot do the work well are appointed just because in Ghana and they were born Ghanaians by birth.
So they cannot do the work well.
Not like they cannot do, but we have competent, yes, that was what they said, competent individuals who can do the job better. I think my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you too. Next person.
Hello, good morning. Mohammed Mumuni is my name. I will have skipped one of my issues because one gentleman have already highlighted on it. But I'll come on the same matter on a different leg. It has to do on the separation of the position of the Attorney General from the Minister of Justice. In fact, it makes a very good case for us to consider the separation of these positions. In recent times, we are all aware of the abuse our judges have made in the application of the nolli prosequa concept of law. It is very clear that that provision has outlived its usefulness, and it has been totally abused. The framers of the Constitution have put it there for a very good purpose. But we are all aware, successive governments have exploited this concept and made a lot of people who have taken this step for granted, to be escaping. So my case is simple. If there is anything in law that can be done to do away with this thing called nolli prosequi, so that the power of whoever is the authority cannot come under this particular legal concept and whisk away people who have done a lot to disarm this nation. That is why I'm saying that it is so joined to the issue that has been raised on the separation of the position for the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I want to go with that and call for separation. Okay, this one too has been talked about, so for emphasis, I also want to repeat it, that the 2 4-year term for our presidency is not helping. It is now very clear, after running a 32-year democratic elections, that the 4-year term is too short. Virtually, the first half of the year and the last year particularly are used for organizing ministerial and other positions, and also going for elections. So what do you
suggest?
So I want to go by a 2 5-year tenure. 2 5-year tenure. Again, when it comes to the powers of the presidency, it appears because of the unfettered powers of the president, there are also abuses there. I am making this with particular reference to anti-corruption organs or bodies. They are now becoming too many and doing too little. Too many and doing too little. We have Yoko. We have Chiraj doing his role. Office of the Special Prosecutor. They are all running counter to each other. If there will be a way for these bodies to be streamlined and come under one umbrella and reduce the power of the president to create other organs in line with similar functions, it will help this nation. Thank you so much.
No, we don't want anybody to join the line again. When we finish, the members do some commentary. They will go for snack. Then we'll take the next batch. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Silas Opondonfe. I'm from Kumasi Anglican Senior High School. Meka Tree Kakrana. I'm saying, Nempesa can do na yakado hasi. Na, I don't quite hear me. Pie. As I made the current government, Nejuma Oyebe hypothesis, because
hello. With respect, I've just been told that the rep of Otunfo is with us, so we will hot and allow them to come in. Then we proceed. Nana etu, otiko koso etu nanem sini. Esa idea who here in Tino. I'm thinking I best sorry, and I'm also bra nananum bay. We can take our seats. Nananum yamamo akwaba. Yamamo akwaba. Bria semono. Yadi akasemono be mamo na monante sieno mama yati. Yada mwasi. You can continue.
Any kind of appointment of ministers. Any kind of appointment of ministers, no. The age range, you know. It shouldn't be obia when you need because your current government about 50 years. 50 below 50 years a year. Because a man saying you're selecting almost juma pa juma. You know who is a ministers no so we are more than age near more than 50 years hard.
Abranti on person me the ministers and my pension. To us why.
And I be number of ministers no so I say limited. The person number of ministers here. And the deputy ministers no I need also. A country no might save a lot of money. I wanna make a view about extension of terms, no. Say government never first term, no. Na second term, no. Sabe biwa. Mesuma jimo no. Hunu say yenye say kakra Oba next time ni yema ne samba. Onko fie onko sunya ne makakra. Na next time sabe biwa. Wetin ma ye nema say bebre. And so and I extension enko 5 years in a term. 5 years in a term. So a good last one I make about education sector no I'm say how na me wo na how no you a lot of challenges wo no we dey make say if you be change of policy and I say review of policy free education policy na by na a good initiative but na enema kakra around and na a hard join indiscipline of students in senior high schools na a problem and a hard join papa because our teachers they keep power from yensem na intimi and discipline cry ye and our involvement of parents in the senior high schools and also na him say the almost shame nyina ye a Jesus abebo ama yetimi abo ama yenkora no abomodin
Yadas fama nia otoaso no.
Hello, thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. My name is Ndago John, and my concern has to do with chieftaincy. If I may ask, Mr. Chairman, how do you plan to address in implementing of the Article 270 concerning the protection of chieftaincy and traditional authorities? My question is born out of the fact that I want to use Boko situation as an example. We have our former president, His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, went there and said Boko has no chieftaincy issue. Then we have His Excellency, our current president, John Dramani Mahama, also went there and said Boko has no chieftaincy issue. Then what is it at all that Boko is in flames if there are no chieftaincy issues there? And so my proposal is it about enforcement? So if it's about enforcement, I want to propose that this noble committee should formulate or propose measures to enhance or strengthen enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Mchibo Siako from Utek FM. Mine has to do with Article 112, Section 5, regarding to by-elections. I'm of the opinion that by-elections should be abolished. The party who is elected or the member of parliament who resigns or dies, the party should nominate some of his members to represent it. Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman, it will save the nation a whole lot of money, and it will also enhance or ensure uninterrupted services. So if something can be done about Article 112, Section 5, so that by-election, but if an independent candidate dies or member dies, we can kick in by-election, because as for that one, he doesn't represent any constituency or any political party or whatsoever. So I'm of the opinion that by-election should be abolished, or that section should be amended from the Constitution so that it will ensure uninterrupted service. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Alexander Osebwama, a fire officer. And as a fire officer, fire safety is my priority. We are in a country that people prioritize security more than safety. And I've realized that you can't be a security conscious and not being a safety conscious. So they work together. I entered this room and I was watching around, and I realized that even there's no fire extinguisher here. Sure. So if something happens, I have to walk out or go out there and look for fire extinguisher, which is no good. Per our LI 1724, it talks about the fact that when we meet like this, at least all these fire safety gadgets should be here for our safety. Thank you. Now, fire service, our ally talks about the fact that we should enforce the law for every, let's say, restaurant, hotels, and those places to have fire certificate and extinguishers, and then possibly fire alarms. But because we don't have that legal power, or let's say constitutional backing, sometimes we enter those places and then the person will tell you that, Master, go away, you can't do anything. Yes. So I propose that fire service henceforth should have that constitutional backing, that we can also prosecute if we realize that we are flouting the laws. Because we go outside the country and in everywhere we go, these things are there. We all see it. I also think that fire safety education should be taught in our schools. Because when I during my university or first degree education, nothing was like that were taught. And then until I went to, let's say, when I was doing my master's, and then one of the courses that they put in that, oh, we have to learn fire safety and all that. So I think that we should learn from the scratch, from primary, GHS, SSS, so that by the time our children, they grow, they'll have this safety mentality, and then they are not going to, flout or, let's say, give any excuses. Also, education, fire safety education. This one, I don't know how to say, but then I've realized that because we have limited resources, so fire service, our education, we are not doing it, though we are doing it, but how we expect it to go, that is not how it is now. Because as a fire commander, if I want to go to fire, I want to go and give fire education, I have to use my personal car. And when I don't have fuel for that purpose, maybe I have to.
All correct, sir.
I have to stop. Thank you.
All correct, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on behalf of farmers as well. Since our able chiefs,
your name, sir?
My name is Daniel Yase. Since our able chiefs are here, and your good office is also here to listen to our views. It looks like a farmer was set up very far away from the community. And at the end of the day, when the community grows, they just do away with the farm, plant the whole area, destroy farmers and livestock farmers. Marketed my farm, and I think they are going to sell it. And I said, why should they sell it? But at the end of the day, they uprooted everything away and used that place as a plot of lands. You see, I think it's not only Kalamse who are destroying our cocoa farmers, but our chiefs and chieftaincies and the communities are destroying the farmers as well. Livestock farmers always been taken out of the community. I think there should be a constitutional provision to cover farms. When you go to South Korea, they only protect farms and just extend the community somewhere else. So please, we feel that there should be a constitution. So please, we feel that there should be a constitutional provision to protect farmers, because putting an investment today will not be the same investment. You can't put the same investment tomorrow, even if you have been given a new land. Two, I'm also an industrialist as well. I don't know whether we have a constitutional provision to cover time. Time, T-I-M-E.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I think there should be a provision to cover time.
There's a time up here, which is covering your time.
Yes, because let's say when it's 2 o'clock exactly, I will seek your and leave because I have booked an appointment at 2:30. I have a meeting with my workers, so I will ask for a time and leave. But I don't know how to frame it, but that is what I want to say.
Oh, you can say it in your language.
Yeah, but the next one is holidays in this country. I don't know whether there's a provisional constitution covering holidays, that anybody comes, set a new holiday, and just waste such an example. Some of us, private investors, one day with about 60 workers going on holiday. Even that holiday, that specific day might not be the same day, but they will have to give the holiday the next day. Let's say when the thing happens on Saturday. It's Saturday.
So what is your suggestion?
My suggestion is there should be a constitutional provision to take care of that because it costs a lot.
Thank you. Thank you
very much.
If you are not careful, the next constitution, nobody can hold it. It will be bigger than, it will be very voluminous.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the rest of the committee members. My name is Aladi Shoaib Bugali from the Zango Consultative Forum. I have 2 issues to propose. The first one is the election of MDs and mayors. I think MDs and mayors should be elected on party platforms. This idea of president selecting or appointing MDs in any serious democracy, we don't find that. So I propose that MDs and mayors should be elected on party platforms. The second thing is about language. I heard earlier the chairman said that after so many years of independence, we are still having problems with our development. I think the major problem of the situation today is because we are using English as the mode of instruction and mode of communication in our country. It's high time we fire English and embrace our local languages from primary school to secondary school. Because in any developed country, you can from Asia to the Americas. There is no country that developed using other person's language. So it's high time we get back to our local languages.
CJ and the Commissioner of Human Rights, I'm of the view that those appointments should be made by a team of experts rather than the president. With regard to the MMDC issue, I also support that they should be elected rather than appointed. That will give more meaning to the decentralization. And the current tenure of 4 years for the president, I'm of the view that it's okay, it should be maintained. Last but not the least, but this one, I'm not lawyer. I don't know the age of marriage in Ghana. If the age of marriage is 18 years, then the age of consent to have sex should be linked to the 18 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you too.
Good morning. I crave your indulgence to present my case in our local language. Ananom Yamakwaba. Your friend Makosia de Dudona Frame Udike.
Odike, you didn't catch the attention of the moderator, and you have jumped the queue.
No, this guy stood in for me.
Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
He's not going to do
go
it.
Ahead.
Your problem was your model of governance and the Constitution of 1992. Maybe when you say a carbon copied from colonial masters, and democracy is democracy adia eshaya krobia telane de to suit the traditions, culture, norms, and the behavior of the people. 1992 Constitution, you know, and the model architecture of our governance, you know. And I'm say you copy free, baby, you know. Ama environment now you operate within our framework, you know. Any baby a copy free, you know. A whole environment in the crop. Media me susu any say yes some yente ma take me time aye de tela be boa Ghana se mo be boa me a mema empanifue ba ko na mo nkohwem na yen departing from the continuation of colonization na abrofo no adada ese eno na edi a kire be boa wa bra ene said the separation of powers and independent of the judiciary, even parliament. They take block decisions. They do the beck and call of their party as against the constituents. And if we say after 1992 model constitution way, Ghana lose Bibia. Ghana Airways from 1992 it's gone. Near our blast star line from 1992 is gone. Near over 600 factories. If you have a say Mokramonia diversity implementation near 20 factories now near Mabuti Fomunya Dumanya. Yensa senior suni akwaye nyina say. Say what transna wo introspection. Ubon say free 1992 we are losing everything. With this model now, ye use no. Etimatrans ya carve a system of governance ebeboa Ghana na enam se contents ne dɔɔso nti no mo mpanimfoɔ na yayi mu sɛ mo hwɛ na yɛnyɛ foforo no me president we ama mo na mo hwehwɛ mu ɛnfro mu tie wo mu na kɔm agye yɛn saase ɛso yɛn hyehyɛ mu no o mu ni twaka ɛwɔ yama no se mu buku yi ma proposal by cabinet legislature nananom betumi akɔ parliament na yɛ culture yɛ traditions LGBTQ ɛbayi nananom ntumi nka bi ɛyɛ akyiwade ɛbɔ ɔman ɛnso ɛsensɛn hɔ wɔn kɔ upper house hɔ a wɔn nso wɔ nimdeɛ ɛne protection wɔn de bɛboa ma yɛ maintain yɛ culture because cultural heritage yɛ no na ma kuro biara wɔ identity so olu so identity a ewiase wafirim eti baabi a yɛ korɔ no 1992 constitution ne the governance architecture no only the political class and a boa woman. A man no you detach from day-to-day administration of the country. Etimaye and she well tailored. A beboa guarantee a better for Momamina Monina Monfa and Kodi Dumano.
Yadasi, the member penny for.
Mepacho, Miss Medinde, Akosia de Munuku.
Now, Mr. Moderator, I own a interpretation. Be so say, Obiet Vika Casabia. No, we are obey. Oh, to us, we are
Pacho Meso, Metroaso, I can't Casanemoa. Now, me bonito. Miss Missusia Kakra, me one say, I was say, Yashemra, Emma, Yamanyo phone say, I have seen a moba, or mobo etra, Emma netrasono, Emma eka in Chirimano, your bestre. Se saade no yemma ne nkɔ yɛ mmerɛ mu sɛ yɛ GDP no ɛyɛ ɔman no yɛ sika yɛ de bɔ yɛn ho bra no it should not even bosi a yɛ kɔ akɔpɛ ama na yɛ yɛ ne yɛ fancy 40% of our GDP ɛna nkɔtra so sɛ ɛna obi aba yɛ wabobɔ kɔ hɔ kɔ China ɛna kyɛ African countries na true sponsorship yɛ de ɔmo ka ɛmoa ɛsa na ɔman ne da kyɛn kora yɛ wo mu nyina bɛyɛ nko ama Amai afofro make a crowd make a count on medas.
Thank you. Our brother is saying that there should be a ceiling on the loans that each government contracts when he comes to power. We say increase yen anonymous money and then one so train ebeda and so. Presently we are going for loans, and some of the loans go back of comes to us in a different way. By the time our children get to our age, the loan has ballooned to a greater percentage. And he's saying that there should be a ceiling on the amount of loans that each government can contract. It should not be more than 40%.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Awa Mohammed, third-year law student, KNUST. And my suggestions based on the age qualification for presidential seat, if you want to contest for presidential seat here. By virtue of Article 62, it makes it clear that to contest for presidential seat, you must be at least 40 years of age, of which we all understand. And Article 94 says that if you want to contest for parliamentary seat, you must be at least age 21. Now, by virtue of Article 78, it states that the president is mandated to appoint majority of his ministers from parliament. And now, my question is, if a person who is a member of parliament who is age 21 can be appointed to take up ministerial positions such as being a minister of finance, why is it that that person is restricted from occupying a presidential seat? So I think we should consider the age, at least if not 21, at least 30 years is enough, because I was lucky to see our regional minister here, and he's doing very well. And also, my second question is, the Article 62 mentions the minimum age, that's 42 without giving age ceiling, that's the maximum age. So I think we should consider it so that we should impose a certain age limit to avoid a situation whereby, quote unquote, you have overage people contesting for presidential seat. Thank you.
Thank you too.
How old would you propose?
How old what should be the ceiling? Any suggestion?
Yeah, I suggest that it's 75, so that if the person
you are generous. You are generous.
Something that you want to prevent.
Yeah. So now,
anyway, we understand. We understand. Give it to the next person. Thank you.
Yes.
Please, this should not lead to the third world war. Allow.
Thank you very much. My name is Abba.
Shall we have some silence?
Yes, my name is Abba Opon, and I'm a civil society actor. I focus on girls and women. I have two issues. My first issue is the age of consent for sexual intercourse, and then the marriage age being different. The age of consent is 16 years, and the marriage age is 18 for both, boys and girls. My issue is this. At 16, most girls are in basic school or the secondary school, pre-tertiary. And so if they are allowed permissive, intercourse, then they end up, some, it's not all of them, but whichever proportion, however small, that take that up to allow themselves to be sampled at 16. They run the risk, 1, of child marriage, 2, of jeopardizing their socioeconomic development in their adulthood. So for me, I believe that 18, even though most of them would have not completed, tertiary and apprenticeship, they would have been above the water and would be able to take meaningful decisions regarding their sexual and reproductive health and rights. My second issue is this. With regards to, sexual and gender-based violence, especially sexual violence, when that occurs, and then women and girls go to the police station, the legal process says that they should go for a health, screening, whatever that means. And when they go, they are supposed to pay. And because they are supposed to pay for the service of the health service, and many of them cannot afford, it therefore cannot protect their evidence or protect them or give them full prosecution. I am therefore suggesting, and I believe that the women and men and girls and boys who work in my fraternity will agree with me, that there should be a law enacted by Parliament and then a policy supported by the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and every other ministry that works to protect the integrity, the socioeconomic development of people in this country. That way, we may have a sustainable economic development, dignifying women day in, day out. You see women who are being molested sexually, sometimes by people within their own family who are supposed to protect them. They can't get prosecution because they don't have money to pay the health service. Thank you very much.
Madam, which organization are you coming from?
I come from Rights and Responsibilities Initiatives Ghana, yes.
Thank you. To Madam.
Mepacho, Mesumidinde Ajewa Olivia. Mekasafa, Yenquia Yene, Yensa, Semno, Ehonkakra. The minimum nipa ansanisa ubetimi atena se na wadi wunkwame no aduane eka ho na mehwe yenku ayemu ne yensa asesem ho a ye breyie papa sanse mekaya efri ye nananom pen so se yensa ase a ye nananom egeto ho eye yen forestry no eda ho ema enchirima na de medimani afamu kakra ha me ne se ensase ne da ho a ye kua no ye ni tumi se ye bewura forest nim na yakoye kua no na ye hwe ase se nipa a ye wo oman mu so ya do so ye papa enti ama ensase a ye nananom ageto ho efo enchirima na eye te se efie nsase eye stuland no eswa emayen enti na ka de ye hwehwe ne se ka forest ne mo a ye ka ya do so ne de exese ka yetimi wura forest nim na nka ye kua no forest na timi ada ho ama se wu ni ebeye na obroni bi firi baabi abeje asase no na odidua enuoma efoforo wo so a eno a enye aduane a ebeboa yin enti de ka metimi hu ni se saka ebetumi ayeyi a enka emra bi enhye nto ho se esese yenya ensase ni bidema oman no na yetimi wram eye kua no so ema no eboa oman no de edi ho biem enso so a mede ebetum ni se bra ya ye nkua na wi a ye no baye no aba no ne to mu nsusu eboa ha ye etika de betumi aye ne sese kamra bi behye se enka ye nuane na ye dua no oman mu no ka ye hwe se enoa na nka sese ye ton no oman mu ma no eso yen ana sese bi kura be free ba bi aba sese ye hwe ye de no eyie pa esase ye betumi adua ne ma na manuoma na ba ne ton no ne ma ne begu ho sa na eboa ebenya no ubehu na akuafo na yaboka eno ha ye papa yie enti emra bi nhye se ka abre bia ne ka mpanimfo mo na ka ye niema ne bo no enti mi enkosoro kakra ema akuafo de edi ho biem so ye chemicals na ye yusu edema ye nkua ye mu no enuro ni bi awosoro a okua ni bi kura ko yusu a onim hunim de bia eno ane se ono de onim ane se wakoto ade na omo aso a ode koye saade no aka ho ama yarewa no owuo bebre asi wo yeme enti enkampanimfo betimi atu saade no amon na omo a eye nuro no omo atu omo so anamon no aye ohye bi ese ansan se wo beye bibia na gise empanimfo behwe eniema a wode ye enuro ne se de enkofa ohaw no sunsuanso oboni bia emre akuafo ne omanmu ni nyina so a enka ye penesa
oh why are there emon semmano yada sepa. She touched on 3 important issues. According to her, farmlands are diminishing at an increasing rate, and there is we have forest reserves, and as she's asking whether it will be possible to be allowed to allow the farmers to farm in these forest reserves. She also touched on the buying of their products, and that the prices are low. And sometimes they don't even break even. So they need assistance of the government. She also touched on the usage of chemicals on their farms, which I believe that they are extension officers. We don't know the number. We don't know where they are. It is important that these extension officers assist them because some of them cannot even read the inscriptions on the product they use. So it becomes difficult. And I think a year or 2 ago, there was an incident where a watching seller just went to these guys who plant the vegetables, not knowing that early morning he had sprayed the vegetables. The woman went for it. He didn't even use anything on it, no vinegar, no charcoal, nothing, started cutting it. And a lot of people were hospitalized because of this issue. Why? Because they don't have any idea as to how to use and the harmful effects of these products. Thank you very much. We are going to end the first half after the committee members have done some commentary on what the questions we have asked. But while the questions were going on, we have 2 important personalities who have just joined us. The first was Nana Berema Ojiabuo. Nana Berema Ojiabuo Mankwa Eduman II. Edunan II is a rep of Otumfuo. He came with some Nana Piao Yamawakwaba. That's so. Then we also have in our midst the mayor of Kumasi in the person of Richard Ufuri Ajiman Buedi. Mr. Suba, popularly called Mr. Suba. He came with my former boss at Obuasi, Mr. Francis Gira. Darko, Coordinating Director. You are all welcome. Thank you. So at this juncture, we'll go to the high table and allow the members of the committee to give a commentary on most of the proposals that will be brought forward. Thank you, sis.
Members? Okay. So thank you for these very enlightening and productive interventions. Auntie Ejewa's point about food security, it's really an important point. I think it links up with the point made by Mr. Daniel Peniyao, who introduced himself as a farmer. And this issue about how the growth of communities, residential communities, towns and cities is encroaching on farmland and displacing farmers and farmland. I think the food security angle to that issue is very important, and I think it's an important issue. It's not, we'll have to look to see if it's something that can find space in the Constitution. Usually the directive principles of state policy, a chapter in the Constitution commits the state to do certain things, to help develop agriculture, to do a number of these things. So maybe there's a way we can find some language in there to put this point around food security and the balance that we must strike between making sure that we have adequate farmland, but also cater for the growth of population and the expansion of towns and cities. But I think those are the kinds of trade-offs and balances that usually one has to make in an exercise like this, because you have to balance one interest here with another. And I think that is a very important, using the food security argument that Madam Olivia Jewa actually just used, I think allows us to think through it in that way. So thank you for the point that you have made. Again, Madam Abba Opon's point, we receive a lot of this point about marriage age and the age of sexual consent. I think it's probably the most frequently raised issue. I think it started from Bolgatanga, and everywhere where we have been to, it has featured. Many of these things are, of course, things that are legislated in statute. So the Constitution itself does not regulate marriage age. It does not regulate the age of sexual consent. These things are found in acts of parliament and enactments of that kind. So, but I like the point. I mean, yes, maybe sometimes you can put in the Constitution a certain principle and you say that Parliament must enact a law along those lines. That can be done, some of such things. So if the issue is a pressing enough issue that you want Parliament to pay attention to it, then you can tell Parliament in the Constitution that they must enact a law maybe to protect victims of sexual violence and that kind of stuff. So it's a good enough point. But to the extent that these things are done usually by Parliament, what the committee has been telling communities is that a lot of the issues that are raised at these forums tell us that we are not having a good enough interaction or encounter or frequent enough encounters with our members of Parliament, right? In fact, Odike, Mr. Kwesi Adai made the point about the model of governance that we are practicing. If you are practicing a system of governance that says that Parliament is the one that enacts laws, and that those laws must solve certain public problems, but there is no mechanism for the people to have interactions with their members of Parliament to know the problems that they must be solving, then something is broken about that arrangement, right? So if we are going to have the legislature or parliament as the foremost body that makes laws to solve problems that affect the country, then I think it would be useful as well to have a mechanism that brings the people and that parliament into frequent contact, such as this forum, something like this forum, so that they would know these problems. You don't have to wait for a constitution review committee. This committee did not have to be created by the government. There is no law obligating any president to set up a constitution review committee. So if we were not there, where would these problems be aired? Parliament is a standing, you can call Parliament like a standing constitution review body. It's there all the time. So I think something about the way Parliament is working with the people is not working well. And maybe those are some of the observations we can make in a report. That one of the things we have discovered is that a lot of the problems that were brought before us were problems that if Parliament was working well, it would pick up these problems from the communities and then act upon them, pass the necessary legislation, amend the laws, change age of marriage consent. If that is a problem, those are the institutions that must do it. So thank you for raising this point. Mr. Awal, yeah, the youth, a lot of the youth speakers who have come to our forums have indeed raised this issue of the age to contest the presidency. It's not a big deal in my view, right? Because after all, if the people think that a person is too young to be president, they ultimately decide by their vote, right? But I think there is some significance, even if it's only symbolic, in a constitution for a country that has a very youthful population. If you have a population where the youth dominates, overwhelmingly, or the voting population is overwhelmingly young, and you set an age for the highest office of the land that bars a lot of the young people from competing. At least symbolically, you are telling them that they are maybe not that important. So I think it's okay. In the 69 Constitution, the age to contest the presidency was even lower than it is now. It was 35. So it's not a big deal setting it at 30, or some in fact have said 21. And your argument is actually a strong one. Yeah, it's a fine enough proposal. Who you think has the qualities to be president and you want to vote for them, why not? But then the flip side also applies. If you are going to say we should allow 21-year-olds to contest to be president, why are you putting a ceiling up there? The people can also decide that this man or woman may be old, but I think they have the energy, they have the experience, they have the qualifications to get elected. And then you leave it to the people to decide whether or not they are too old or not too old. So it works both ways. Age limits have usually not been set for presidential office holders, I think, because there are ways in which people can determine. The party may not put you up if they think you are too old. So there are ways to filter out that. I think only Uganda had an age limit for the presidency, and then Museveni, when he was getting to that age, he removed it. So it's they no longer have an age limit. But I do think that Mr. Kwesiada's point about the model of governance we are practicing, I think that is part of what we are trying to gather in these conversations. We are not trying to mimic any country's system of governance, right? Of course, we cannot discount our history. Part of why we have a system of governance like this is because we've come from a certain history of colonialism that put all of us together from different cultural backgrounds. So it was not going to be easy to import any one culture's governance model and make that the uniform one for the whole country. So I think that is also why, even when it comes to language policy, even though that one is an unpardonable error, I think, we have used English, for example, partly because we probably have not tried enough, to come to a consensus as a country around language policy and how we might use our local languages. But in this exercise, as I stated at the beginning, the goal is to find solutions to Ghanaian problems. And so if something is not working, nothing is written in blood in this constitution. Nothing is sacrosanct. So sacrosanct that we can't change it if we think that this is a better way to do things. So we are asking a lot of questions when we go to these encounters. We're asking those who come from the point of view that ODK is coming from to offer us some real insights. One of the things we've been seeking to find, especially local government. Local government is where we have our most, I think Ghana, across the world, especially in Africa, we are one of the few places where one of our most homegrown institutions, chieftaincy, is very strong, has remained strong, has defied all kinds of changes. And I think we are at a point where we're asking a question around how best can we integrate the chieftaincy institution into our governance system to make it work, especially at local communities where chiefs have considerable social legitimacy and respect. So that's the kind of exercise we're embarking upon. Like I said, we met with the National House of Chiefs yesterday. Every place where we've been to, we chiefs have been a big part of the forum, a big part of the conversation. And we are seeking ideas around how best to utilize this social resource, this political resource that is very strong at the local level. How best can we use them in our governance? So we have been asking questions. For example, when we go forward to elect our MMDCs, we know that MMDCs operate at the district level, usually a district capital. But the actual communities where people live, the towns and villages, who governs them? How must they be governed? Unit committees, are they as effective? Should they find a way to link up with chiefs, assembly members? I mean, so these are the kinds of solutions we are trying to look for. And so I like ODK's point. Yes, I will read this book. Union government sounds like a champion's union government idea. I was a young boy when that thing came up. I couldn't vote in the referendum, but I know about it, and we will read it. I mean, and get some insights from there. The issue of the independent offices in the Constitution is a recurring issue. Chief Justice, EC chair, EC members, SHRAJ, NCCE, some even add IGP. A lot of the places we go, people, and the EC and the CJ have come up a lot for mention. Now, appointment, we use the word appoint, but usually appointment is in 3 stages, right? There is the nomination, which is how you come up with the person, you throw a person's name up. Then there is the approval, and then the appointment usually is the last act of just saying that this is your letter, you are this person, you are that person. I think the real issue, the first 2 issues are where there's a lot of controversy. Who must bring up the name? Who must recruit the person? Unfortunately, that is where we usually have a problem, because we haven't devised a process, a particular, a well-defined, transparent process by which a president comes up with who the EC chair or the members must be. When there's a vacancy, one day you get up and say, the president has appointed this person, right? Now that is how we do it. That is not how it's done everywhere in most places. You know, the idea that the captain of one of the teams that's going to compete in the match must choose the referee and the linesman single-handedly, and also the person who will operate the, how do you call that thing, the electronic thing when the goal is not clear, the VAR thing. Assuming you have that one person choosing the referee, the linesman, the VAR operator, and you expect the other team to believe that the outcomes are all credible. I think there's a problem, right? So most people that have spoken to that issue have said the president must not. Who must do it? That's the question, right? So we are more interested in who must do these things. If it is not the president, usually the president will come last. After everything is done, then you go for your appointment letter. Then the president has appointed you. But it shouldn't be the same person who is bringing you up. There could be a process by which we get those people. So those are the kinds of answers we are looking for. Who must do the nomination? Must we advertise? In some countries, they go to that extent. In Kenya, even Chief Justice, when the vacancy is there, every lawyer who meets certain criteria can apply. There is a Judicial Service Commission. They do an interview. It's public. People can see it on TV. And then they rank, and then they present the names to the president, who must then carry them on to Parliament, and Parliament approves, and then you get your letter from the president. So there are different ways of doing it. We know we have a problem. The question is, which of these different ways must we do it? Some have offered seniority. Seems like it makes for peace. You know, it might make for peace, but it might also create other problems. You know, if it's purely by seniority, you know, we don't know. Maybe everybody will have a little consultation with some interesting people outside, how to knock one off so that, you know, they become the next person. There will be all kinds of suspicions, right? You go to your colleague's house, they offer you water, you don't drink because you don't know they are next in line for your job, you know. And these things might look funny, but in our context, in our cultural context, you can't just laugh them off as not important. So for every proposal, there may be downsides, there may be strengths, there may be pluses and minuses, but it's the kind of conversation that we are interested to have with everybody. I mean, I think Professor Kwame Kakari on the committee has made this language issue, the person who talked about the absence of a language policy. It's very important. There are provisions in the Constitution about the government, the states committing the medium of instruction or something like that in the directive principles of state policy or somewhere where it could actually find a place in the Constitution. So the election of MMDCs is one of the most topical issues. I think even the president has gone on, when he was inaugurating the MMDCs, he was reported to have said that this may well be the last time that he's appointing them. It's clear that no recent president likes to appoint these people. That's why they have more or less almost effectively delegated it to the local party. Because you're sitting in Accra, you don't know most of these people at the district level. You don't know them. And you must appoint all of them. So even the presidents are not happy to be appointing everybody. So the question is, how must we do it? Must we do it the same way everywhere? The country there are urban areas that are large, there are peri-urban areas, there are rural areas. Must we have a one-size-fits-all everywhere? Must we go, in addition to electing 276 MPs, be electing 261 MMDCs everywhere? What we are looking for is not just election for election's sake. We have enough of them. We are looking for things that will solve a problem. So the various options have been offered, and I think those of you who are reflecting on that should help us with some very concrete ways of doing this. Issues have been raised already about the number of districts we already have. 261. That's, for some people, too many. It means in some of the urban areas, and maybe the Kumasi mayor would help us. I'm calling him Kumasi mayor. I'm assuming that I know the city limits of Kumasi. Within that same area we call Kumasi, there are other mayors somewhere, right? Other MMDCs in some parts. In some of our cities, if you are going to elect mayors, you probably elect about 10 mayors in the same city, depending on how you define the boundaries of the city. Some you will elect even 20 in Accra. It's possible. How practical is that for city governance, for urban governance? If London can make do with one mayor of the city of London, much bigger population, larger space probably, why must we have 20 or so in Accra, or 5 or 10 or more in Kumasi? How effective is that going to be in terms of things like waste management, those municipal functions that must be performed? So must we not find a way? There is conversation around maybe amalgamating or merging some of the districts. Some of the districts where we are thinking of electing people don't even have a local economy or tax base. Some of them don't have a tax base. They can't raise money. They are going to remain dependent on District Assembly Common Fund to even pay salaries. They have to rely on Consolidated Fund to pay staff. What is the point of electing people in all these places when they are supposed to be the units driving economic development at the local level, but they can't raise money? Some of them don't even have markets. So a lot of questions. The election issue is not the controversial point. It's the how. How should we do these elections so that they are effective? Some people are concerned about party politics. So they say, well, let the president choose 3 so that we will have the same party across the whole country. The president will pick 3 and the people will vote. Others will say, well, but then that doesn't solve the problem. Currently, what we have is like that. It's just the president tells the party, the local party, bring us a few people, and they only bring people from the same party, right? So shouldn't we be looking for a system where instead of having the president picking everybody from their own party and giving them to the community, at least why can't the community make a decision about that? But how must they make it? And once we have answered that question, the issue of the role of the chiefs in local government then comes up. You drive around the country, you drive through towns and villages, sometimes you see it's like, who is governing this space? There's a chief there, there's an Odikro there, there is some chief almost everywhere. What role are they playing in local government? What role can they play in a democratic local government system that makes them effective? Between a chief and the unit committee, who would be more effective, say, collecting property taxes or, making sure that the city or the village or the town is kept clean? We are looking for answers to problems. So if merely electing the person would not keep the city clean, who must do it? How must we blend these traditional and modern systems so that we get the right kinds of public service delivery at the local level? So these are some of the things that I think you should be helping us with. The fire service issue, your leaders in Accra represented you quite well when we had the engagement. But your point about security versus safety and fire service not having the powers that they need to enforce safety, it's an interesting point. I've never heard it being given the power to prosecute violations of security law or safety laws or safety regulations. It's an interesting point. Maybe it can be done by legislation. Some way of making you more effective may not be a bad idea. Chieftaincy disputes a big problem. Yesterday we spent a good portion of the time with the National House of Chiefs talking about that issue. It's come up a lot. It is a precondition for development. Peace and social cohesion and order are preconditions for development. So if a community cannot settle a matter over chieftaincy, if it's whether related to land or not, that community is not going to be able to develop. So the problems we have in communities that are plagued by chieftaincy are very big problems. And if we are now thinking of having a local governance system that takes full advantage of our own homegrown cultural resource, which is chieftaincy, but then there is this problem of chieftaincy disputes, how do you do that? How do you bring even more directly into a modern governance system a resource that is the subject of a lot of dispute, so that in some communities, even stool land revenues that are supposed to go to the traditional authority and others are stuck there somewhere in somebody's account in Accra because they haven't resolved the chieftaincy dispute. So the community or the traditional area may be deprived of the resource because they haven't resolved the dispute. So if we are going to make progress on some of these issues, it's very important that we handle the issue of chieftaincy disputes. The Constitution provides some mechanism. The regional houses of chiefs, the National House of Chiefs are places where disputes around chieftaincy are supposed to be handled. And then from there, they can go to the regular judiciary, to the Supreme Court. But the fact that in spite of all of these institutions, we continue to have chieftaincy disputes lingering for years suggests that the system is not working well. Yesterday, we were told that part of the reason is resources. That to adjudicate these chieftaincy disputes, you need to bring traditional, like judicial assessors from among the chiefs to meet and sit. They don't have money to do this, they don't have money to do that. So these are things that I think are important, and to the extent that we can find a place in our recommendations to highlight the urgency of the matter, we will. Even if we can't find a place in the Constitution specifically to say change this or change that, at least we can draw the attention of government to the urgency of the problem and how they must be dealt with. Attorney General and Minister of Justice. I hear this a lot, but from my own, not speaking for the committee, I think the problem is probably what we are trying to say is that the Attorney General, if that person is going to be the lead prosecutor for the country, must not also be a politician or a member of government. That is the worry we have. And indeed, in many countries, the Attorney General is not a politician or a member of government. In some countries, it's a career position. In others, it's an independent position. In fact, when the Kenyans, the Kenyans have a Director of Public Prosecutions who is a constitutional office holder separate from the Attorney General. That person doesn't prosecute. In their country, Attorney General doesn't do prosecution. They just advise government on other legal policy issues. If that's where people want to go, but there's a clear indication that nobody seems satisfied with this idea of a politician prosecuting their own opponents. It doesn't look good. It doesn't appear to augur well for the rule of law. There's a lot of conflict of interest in that. So yes, that's a big issue. If people don't want, but it's not about Minister of Justice or Attorney General. It's the fact that how we currently do the Attorney General function doesn't give that job enough of an impartial, a perception of impartiality. Some proposals have been made to us about that. We could merge the Office of Special Prosecutor with the Anti-Corruption Division of SHRAJ to create a new body. Those kinds of things have been done. So we've taken note of those points. We're still working through the Council of State issue. As I mentioned, we met the immediate past chair in Jabing 2 days ago. Had a fruitful conversation with him to learn more about the council and why it suffers the kinds of perception that the public have of it, how can we improve it? If there is something in the Constitution we think is not useful, we will not say that it should stay by all means. But if there's something that is useful, but it is not working because of the way it has been designed currently, we would also be happy to recommend a different design. So if the Council of State can be made to work effectively, if we were to change, say, the composition. Currently, 16 of their members are elected. The elections have started to produce some violence in some places. It is not good for the image of a body that is supposed to advise the president for people to get on it by either bribing their way through elections or fighting. So there are suggestions to remove those elective offices and find a different way of getting the regions appointed, the regions represented without election. Is this something that we can hand over to the regional houses of chiefs to bring somebody from the region, each one of them, maybe a queen mother, a chief, or a notable from the region to represent the region as opposed to election? Should the president have only very few nominees on the council? Should we bring civil society, business, labor, all of those people, civil society, academia, professional bodies? All those issues are being discussed. So we have noted that as an important issue. A lot of people don't want the ministers to come from within Parliament. Are they going to accept it? So this is, of course, a political process also. We are more like a technical body, but the process is political. Eventually, the recommendations will go to Parliament. So we must enter some dialogue with them to appreciate the points that we're making, but they have interest too. And we will look at all of the evidence that is coming before us. If something is not working, there's no reason why we should keep it. So I think, we will have opportunity to reflect on it. I understand that it's almost time for a break. We can take a break so that those of you who have to attend to religious duties can do so. Those who want to take a coffee break can do so. We will have other opportunities to reflect on some of the issues. So I think I'll just break. Was very productive. But I like this interesting idea of, because the complaint about the hometown, you ask a person for their hometown, and if they give you a hometown that you don't, and this is not a constitutional problem, it's the bureaucrats, right? It's the civil servants or public servants who are filling the form, who are bringing up this problem of hometown. Our citizenship laws do not tie citizenship to hometowns, and they do not tie it to ethnicity. So, but in our own practice, in the public services, some have gotten used to, because the forms say hometown, they think that if you don't show a Ghanaian hometown, then you are not a citizen. And that is a problem. And this idea of being able to name a Zonal community as a hometown, I think is an innovative solution, maybe an innovative solution to that problem. But it is not even in the Constitution. It's not something that is there. But if it's presenting a problem, we can make a recommendation around that so that that problem can be fixed. So I think I'll pause here, and then we can take a break, and we will with the Fube issue, right? I mean, that is the most critical issue is that people not perceiving or seeing them as citizens of Ghana, and it tends to come with the hometown problem, right? So I think that would be the by-election is it's part of this is not the first time. The issue of by-elections and elections generally, some people think we have too many elections. And the idea that after parliamentary elections, currently under the law, under the constitution, if a person was sworn in parliament today and they pass the next day, we have to have a by-election. And is it the most sensible thing for us to do? You know, should we, for example, allow some time, a grace period of maybe if a vacancy happens within 1 year of the last election, maybe we should let the party that won the seat replace this person. But the question is, would we do the same thing even if the vote was by like a 4-vote margin? Right? If the party that lost the election lost by just a couple of votes, would that be fair? Should we currently only if there's a vacancy before a general election, I think 6 months or so before a general election, if there's a vacancy, we don't hold any election. Is this fair? Right? Should we not find at least a way to make sure that every vacancy is filled, but is election the only way to do it? By-elections are producing violence. The incumbent wants to win by all means. The opposition wants to win by it becomes a do and die affair. So it's a good point, and I think we have to find a solution to that kind of a problem. Thank you.
go and dump the writ on the Attorney General, then the Attorney General is giving the writ days even after when the necessary procedure had to go through. Yes, and that is very, very bad for the country. And I think you should have another look at it so that when people are put in places of trust, they must be held accountable for whatever they do. Then my last one, please. I know, okay, I am within time. Yes, the funding of state institutions. Please, I have noticed that every institution that is set up in Ghana is a very good institution with all the aspirations for what it was set up for. And I can talk of maybe SHRAG and CCE and the rest. But I notice that these are not institutions which are well funded. Financially, they are crippled. But then we sit down, criticize them because we have the freedom to speak against everything. And we are not mindful of the fact that they are working within the budgetary constraints. Yeah, I had the opportunity to sit as the chairman of the impeachment of the SHRAG commissioner. That was the first time. And I got to know so much about it. And you look at the amount of money you were giving them for the annual budget. It was peanuts. But then we expect so much from them. But it should not be the case that to whom much is given, much is expected. But in our case, it's rather the converse. And that is very, very, very bad. Because NCCE has a major role to play for all of us. As I said, every law in Ghana is good. Because we have the experts, they will draft it. But if it comes to its implementation, then we are found wanting in giving them the financial support. The last point I will want to make is the composition of some institutions. Please, if we look at the Judicial Council, yeah, that's where we conduct disciplinary proceedings for judges, we appoint judges, we deal with promotions and the rest. But you look at it, and the Ghana Bar Association has only 2 representatives. Yeah, the end users of the services of the judiciary, they have only 2. And I would advocate that in as much as we have Nananum 1, police service 1, military 1, and Council for Law Reporting and the rest, if we expand it and then give the Bar Association at least 5, because you see, if it comes to maybe promotion of the judges, they have to just try to assemble some evidence about the competence of the one who is supposed to be promoted or who is supposed to be appointed. So please, let's have another look at it. It's a constitutional provision, and time has come for us to change it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, we can do it better for the former Chief Justice. If members of the bar are here, they'll be very happy with your submission. And I'll convey it to my commissioner, SHRAG boss, Joseph Whittal, that the former Chief Justice is canvassing for more funds for us to be able to do our work very well. Thank you, Justice. We are still mentioning that car number GR 732818. Car number GR 732818, a Toyota Highlander, white. Somebody please, he wants to leave. So kindly do the needful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will still be taking submissions from us. So if you have any other thing to add. Oh, sorry. Sorry, before we go, the mayor is here. He wants to make 1 or 2 submissions. Can we give it up to him?
Thank you very much, Chairman, my Lord, former Chief Justice, Service Commanders here, Nana, Berma, ladies and gentlemen. Mine will be brief, and it will be in respect of electing people to the position of an MCU or a DCU. Now, for me, this has become very topical over the last 10 years. And we all see the need in having the people who administer our various districts to be elected by the people who they are supposed to serve. So that one at key. Now, the local government structure as we have in Ghana is one that has worked so well. The structure is perfect. In planned areas, like we have 5 planned areas in Ghana: Tamale, Kumasi, Takoradi, Tema, and Accra. The structure is somewhat 5-tier. In municipal assemblies, it is 4-tier. Then in the district assemblies, it's 3-tier. It's been working very well for us. The cabinet structure is already in place. The problem is the head. In this case, the chief executive, like myself. Now, it is one that has to do with the political setting and how they are selected and appointed to be them. Now, for me, most of the time, we are appointed not based on our capacity to govern and administer, but because of our contribution to the political cause of the political parties, and that's where the problem is. So, I've been chief executive previously for 4 years before becoming chief executive now, and I have a fair idea. I've also been a rep for NALAC, so I have a fair idea of how the various assemblies and their workings are. If we are going to be electing MMDCs based on political lines, we will mess up this country. It'll be worse than what we have. Reason why I'm saying this is that every assembly is somewhat independent, but not independent, because at the end of the day, we all have to go and depend on the consolidated fund, have a 5% share of it allocated into the district common fund, assemblies common fund, which is then distributed to various assemblies. So I have independence. I have the capacity to decide on what I want to do for my people. But the money with which I'm going to do what I want for my people is not going to come from me. And the person that is bringing the money then brings a certain criteria. In Kumasi, for instance, this year the criteria that came, we are supposed to do CHEP compound. What does Kumasi need CHEP compound for? We don't need it. But that is the criteria that is being given to me. We have to do CHEP compound. I don't need CHEP compound in Kumasi. We need major hospitals. Because if you look up, Kumasi receives a near 2 million people every day. So if we have a format, you want to do CHEP compound in Drobonso, their needs are different. In fact, 183 communities with only 3 of them having light. If I am an independent chief executive, perhaps maybe for 2 years I will not do CHEP compounds. I will extend electricity to other people. But it comes with regulations from Accra, and that does not allow for a chief executive to be creative on exactly what the needs and aspirations of people are and what has to be done. So for me, we must select, but capacity is key. As it is now, there's no qualification criteria for who can become a chief executive in an assembly. So the first thing that I think in considering who should become a chief executive, whether elected or not appointed, should be educational qualification. At least we must have a minimum qualification with which one can become a chief executive. Then we know you have the right capacity to even discern what is presented before you and what you want to put across to your people. That's one. And 2, we must have, because if we are going to be electing on partisan lines, there's no way here in Kumasi in the next 20 years we can have an NDC mayor, whether the person is qualified or not. Truth be told, if we are going to be electing on partisan line, because here in Kumasi, me who is a typical Ashanti, come from the palace, and I mean, sometimes people look at you, now we are doing NDC, because you before, so why do you? You understand? They don't even feel that you should have the ability to think on your own and decide which political ideology will best suit a development orientation that you think must be pursued. So over here, it's a UP thing. It is now that people are beginning to appreciate deliverables and why certain decisions must be taken to achieve an end. So for the next 20 years, I don't see, if we're going to be electing on political basis, an NDC mayor coming to Kumasi. It won't happen. Then you have an NDC president in Accra. The mayor is the head of security in Kumasi, So when the president is coming to Kumasi, his security becomes my responsibility. And I want the person to lose. You understand? So how am I going to make sure that security-wise he's safe? Because I want the mentality we do politics here in Ghana, it's somewhat weird. If I'm in opposition, I want the one in government to fail. Because it is not about Ghana achieving something. It is about me having something to do. And however I get it to do politically, I'll do it. And there are not many honest people in this country. So one would go on that tangent who will collapse this country. So let's allow let's do something. Let's try to tweak what we have a bit. Let's qualification criteria. 1, 2. Let us widen the number of people who a particular political orientation once in government would select. 5, 10. Let's have a committee that is not partisan, go through them, be interviewed, some get selected, and then they are put before the people. And everybody will have an opportunity to tell their story on what they think must be done in their particular jurisdiction for the people to appreciate what their strengths are. Then they will select ones amongst them to become their chief executive. Once that is done, and you have security of tenure, I can assure you that the pace at which we are developing this country will go a bit faster. Because if I'm appointed currently, I have children, I have a wife. I also want them to survive. So sometimes when I'm going to do some things and the political pressure comes, I know that this is the right thing that has to be done. This is what will move. But it does not sit with my political tradition. It will not get us political results. So even though I'm doing the right thing, the political party feels that what you are doing is going to undermine our fortunes electorally. I will recoil. And no matter how creative I am, it will not come to the fore. And then development would suffer. So we should look at capacity. We must have an independent body to select people. But at the end of the day, the people must vote for them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as a follow-up question, what do you think will be the term of office if MDCs are selected? How many years should they go?
Okay, so in Ghana, as it stands now, it's a 4-year cycle. So when the president is elected, after the government is formed, the MMDCs must also be elected. It should be coterminous with the president's term.
Minimum educational qualification. What, in your view, will be that minimum qualification?
I think a degree should be okay. First degree should be okay.
First degree. What about management, background, budgeting? Would you recommend anything?
Personally, with my experience, there are some areas that if you're going to send a chief executive, the person has got management background, it will be difficult for him to administer. But the backgrounds are not the same. There are some areas like, Boise. For me, if I'm an appointing authority and I'm going to send somebody to become chief executive of Obuasi, there are 3 qualifications I'll be looking for. Somebody with a background in administration or any related programs in mining. Because Obuasi, predominantly, the major thing that confronts you on a daily basis is mining and its attendant issues. And perhaps, maybe public administration.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Can I ask
a follow-up question
before you? Thank you very much, for the very insightful presentation. You suggested, the shortlisting of the nominees for MMDC by an independent body. Do you have anybody particular body in mind, or so in some of the areas we've gone to, they've suggested the Public Services Commission. In other areas, they've suggested the Council of State. What are your views on that?
For me, I come from Ashanti, and over here, our House of Chiefs is well represented. And because we are going to be working for the people, I believe names should be submitted to the regional houses of chiefs for them to do the evaluation and the selections.
Well, let me follow up along the same lines because this is a very important. So, currently we elect assembly members on a no-party basis. The surveys that have been done on the election of MMDCs, most of them also prefer that we maintain the no-party basis for electing MMDCs. I think you appear to support that idea. The remedy you are offering is helpful because it helps us deal with one problem. If you do election of MMDCs on a no-party basis, you must control for the number of candidates who will appear. So if you just say, today you announce, we are receiving nominations for Kumasi Mayor, you can imagine, if there are no parties involved, you can imagine how many people will show up. How do you manage that number, winnow it down to a sizable, a reasonable enough number to present to the community? And you are offering an interesting solution, that we must have an independent body. It sounds fine. You prefer the regional. Maybe the reason why the regional or even local is better than a national body is that we are talking about local elections. So if you bring in the Public Services Commission, they may not have that local knowledge of the candidates, but if you brought in a local body that knows the community, knows the people, they can winnow down the number. The Regional House of Chiefs, I mean, would you make it exclusively the Regional House of Chiefs, or could you compose a body where the chiefs bring some representatives, some other local groups, interest groups also bring a body, then they can more or less do this interviewing and selection before they get to the candidate. I'm interested in where you are going with this. If you don't have to give an answer immediately, but if you could reflect on it a little bit more and maybe give us some written something, right? Because I think that is if we were to do independent candidates only, no party, then we have to deal with this problem. How do we bring the number down to 3 or some number where we can actually present them to the community? Somebody says, let the president do it. But once you let the president do it, it takes away the community's autonomy. If you let the Public Service Commission do it, these are not the things. They don't know these people. They are sitting in Accra doing civil service recruitment. But if we were to bring in local institutions, I think it's a good idea, but help us refine it a little bit. The chiefs may be involved, but to give it only to the Regional House of Chiefs may be a bit much. But if you can blend it somewhat.
I have been a practitioner for 4 years. I am not for an independent MMDC. I'm not for that one. What I'm against is the partisan election of MMDC. The assembly to the office of the election to the office of assembly member is not partisan. They are independent. But in practice, somewhat they are partisan. Because I can tell you they have 40 elected members, 3 are NDC, 37 are MPP, and I'm working with them. What I am suggesting is that it is the ruling government that must nominate people. But currently, there's some description of who is qualified to become a chief executive in an area. That one, you must be a native of the area. Either of your parents must come from that place. So in my case, I was chief executive of Obuasi. At the time I became chief executive of Obuasi, I was living in Kumasi. But my father is the younger brother of the Adansehene. So I am qualified to be chief executive on the basis that I hail from the area. 2, the other qualification is that you must be a resident of the area minimum 2 years. And I have lived and worked there for quite a number of years. So that qualification too, I made it. Now, I am chief executive of Kumasi because I live here in Kumasi. My mother comes from Kumasi. My mother is from Bomso. So I'm a native of Kumasi too. And because of that, I'm giving this background to the effect that the people who are the chiefs must know me. If these are qualifications criteria that I must heal from there. The chiefs must know me. They must know what I possess. And you just don't get up and want to become chief executive when you have not done anything within the community for you to be noticed. Do you get what I'm driving at? So if the community has seen you, those of us who are interested in leadership, we start from school. I started active politics from the university. We start from school. So by the time you want to assume leadership in the community, they know you. And because I wanted to rise to this level, when you come from the university, you're organizing vacation classes, so the community knows that you are doing something for the community. You do you do all manner of things for the people to know that you have them at heart. So when you have the interest to lead them, you'll be doing things for them. So the chiefs would know that this is what this person has been doing for them. So in them selecting you, at least they would have a minimum of idea of what you are capable for.
So the chiefs are selecting you to become a candidate to be voted upon by the people.
The party that is in government must nominate 10 people who qualify through this criteria, either a native or a resident. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so you are still going to maintain the nomination that is done by the party.
If it is CPP in government, the CPP regional secretariat must present 10 people from Kumasi to the Kumasi Traditional Council, interview them per the qualification criteria, and select 3-5 people for us to put them before the people to elect one of them.
Party, whoever is the ruling government, basically
you
puts
see,
only the party people.
Every Ghanaian is an interesting character. When you give Ghanaians the opportunity to become bosses, the tendency for them to abuse the opportunity is high. Let's not hide from it.
No, every human being, not just Ghanaians.
Many of us Ghanaians would want to abuse. I've qualified. Many of us Ghanaians would want to abuse the opportunity given them. So we should not seek to solve our problem, all of them right now. We must do them in bits. So for now, let us try something for a period of, let's say, 20 years and see how it works for us. And then beyond that, we can then scale it up. So doing away with the person being appointed by the president will create a lot more problem. So let the political party that has power, because of how security architecture in the country is like currently, the president will appoint an IGP. The president will, through the IGP, nominate a police commander. And they will administer this. And they have the president's interest. Once the president appoints the IGP and the IGP nominates the regional command, they will have the president's interest. And I will be in opposition to the president's interest. So every time when I give an instruction to a police commander who knows that my interest is against the president's interest, the police commander will do the one that satisfies the appointing authority. So we would have conflict and it will undermine security in the district.
Why can't that problem be solved by taking the party away and then letting independent candidates show up and then letting this vetting body at the local level interview them and choose the candidates?
So say going to be independent candidate. Now I'll come. I'm NDC. I'll say I'm independent. I'll come up and I am NDC. I'll tell you I'm independent. So when I go to the polls, the people in Kumasi, they know this one, he is color green. Another person will come, he says he is independent. The people of Kumasi know that this one, he is color blue. So our names are there with our political party colors. But the people who are going to vote for us, they know which political party. So we would not have solved the problem.
No, but what problem? I think maybe we should define what problem are we solving. So currently, assembly persons are elected without party sponsorship. We know, like you know, we know which parties they belong to.
Party sponsorship
are not given out openly.
Yes.
But behind the scene, all of them receive
It is
party
true.
sponsorship from MPP and from NDC.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And in some cases, we do behind the scenes primary for assembly elections.
That's fine, but it still achieves some objective in that the outcomes of those elections, both the processes of doing those elections and the outcomes, are different in one respect. They moderate the social tension. They are not violent. Parties don't come from Accra to do rallies. The financing of those elections, we are able still, even though we know who is MPP and who is NDC in those elections, we are still able, because officially parties cannot be involved, we are able to use those elections to solve certain problems, not every problem, but certain problems. And that is good enough. Maintaining social peace, making sure there is no violent election, all of this stuff is fine. So the mere fact, and we know we cannot get away with having party affiliations, right? Because even the Electoral Commission, they have party affiliation, the justices have party affiliation. I mean, we are not requiring everybody to be independent in that sense. It is building mechanisms around those offices so that your partisanship will be mitigated and other things will come to the fore. The reason why I'm pushing back on this idea is that basically if you allow one party to control the election of MMDCs in terms of giving them the choice, you are also not maximizing the use of our human capital, like you said. The idea is not for them to be independent candidates, it's that we are keeping the parties out of their election. Okay. We are holding the parties at bay. We don't want no campaign in Kumasi. We are going to elect, no party office from Accra will come, no president will endorse, none of those things. We keep it local. But at least we have involved a local vetting committee that knows these candidates well and can choose. We are not trying to change us into non-partisan types. Okay. I don't think that's the goal. But I think if you just say, then one party, the disadvantage is that at any one time, the country is governed by only one party. Okay. We have this winner-take-all problem that we are also trying to run away from. Okay. And I think it doesn't help us solve that problem. Just having one party govern, even if you are a minority in Kumasi, why can't you let them choose their people? Why should it be that the NDC must run Kumasi and MPP must run?
I'm going to give you a practical example. In this city, anytime Kumasi has seen real development, it is only when NDC is in power. No, I'll give you empirical evidence. Especially when we started constitutional democracy. You know why? When an NDC mayor is in place, all the assembly members are MPP. So strict check and balances are applied.
That problem. What you are recommending doesn't solve that problem.
I'm coming. I'll get them. The bit about the assembly elections that you are talking about, the stakes are not high. The influence of the assembly member is not as big as the chief executive. So we will not kill ourselves for that one. I'm a politician. You understand? We'll kill ourselves for bigger stakes. If we are going to have a mayor who will control the district police commander, control the immigration commander, control the prisons commander, control the director of health, control the director of education, we will kill human beings. It is political or not. The stakes are higher. The involvement level will rise. At the assembly election, what is the influence of the assembly member? Apart from going to sit at assembly meetings and perhaps discussing with the chief executive what has been done 3 times in a year. 3 times in a year. So his influence is low. But the chief executive is in charge of the management of the city on day-to-day basis. As I'm sitting here, and the Robbie team have been sent to Kumeu to go and do an activity over where they are winning sand. And they know me. So they have sent me a text message to speak to the police commander there to whatever they are doing. And I sit in Kumasi. But they believe that if I speak to the police commander, just as I was sitting, I was typing. They believe that if I speak to the police commander in Kumeu, they'll be allowed to do what they are doing. So the influence level would always let the stakes rise. And I'm saying that a political party taking charge of the management of the country for now can be good. Let's not hasten to deal with the winner takes all mechanism that we have currently, and then in our quest to do it, will compound our situation. That's my fear. Everything that is good here in Kumasi, I'm telling you, had it not been for Kojo Bonsu and the Rat Tree Park, maybe that enclave would have been a different story. As I speak as mayor of Kumasi, and I know what I have come to inherit.
So the solution, I just want to push on that one. Let's assume that you are correct, right? Then the solution you are offering doesn't help, right? Because then if the NPP was in power, under your recommendation, the NPP then will choose only NPP people who will not do anything for Kumasi anyway, right? I'm pushing and saying that if they were non-partisan candidates, and even though they have NPP, NDC people will all mix up. They will go to your regional House of Chiefs or Kumasi Traditional Council, and they will say, okay, we know these people. This person is NDC, but based on our experience, this is the person that we think can make Kumasi prosper.
Okay,
even
so I'm using myself as a case study.
Yeah, right.
I was chief executive for Obuasi for 4 years. And if you go to Obuasi, since independence, they rate me second to the Graf Kwame Ejeim in terms of development. And when they do that, I get a sense of pride because it is Kwame Ejeim that really transformed Obuasi. So when they rate me next to it, to Kwame Ejeim, it gives me. So in 2016, I thought the whole of Obuasi like me. Because if you put me and any MPP leader in a group of MPP people in Obuasi, I'll be mobbed than the MPP leader. So I thought maybe because of what I've been able to achieve and the things they say about me, if I contest for elections as an MP, I'll win. I did. And I was shocked. Not because look, the creation of the KNUST campus in Obuasi was done by me alone. It is me who sent a high court in Obuasi. And then when leadership, Judge Wood, made them come to inaugurate it, they looked at the facilities that I had provided and said that she was going to honor me. And that Obuasi was going to be the only district where they will keep a high court, a circuit court, and a magistrate court, because it doesn't happen in any district. When I went to Obuasi, there was no lorry terminal. I gave them a terminal. The people will come from outside, and I did so many beautiful things that I still feel proud about. So I thought they were going to vote for me, but they didn't, because that is a strict UP area. Now, last time when MPP was in government, if we had allowed the people of Kumasi to vote and select a mayor for Kumasi, it would have been Kennedy Kankam. If the people of Kumasi were allowed to select a mayor, it would have been Kennedy Kankam, but not Sampai. Because we live in this city, we hear what is going on the radio. Everybody in Kumasi was yearning for Kennedy Kankam, but we got the one that the city was not yearning for. So we can have political present candidates, but because we have lived with them, the city and our traditional leaders will be able to select from amongst them that the political regime has presented to us the one who can better represent us. And then the issue of conflict in the management of security and political orientation will then be managed.
Others, but I'll maybe get more from you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, can we give him a mighty clap? I must say that the mayor has appeared before the vetting committee and he has discharged himself very well. Wait for your ministerial appointment very soon. A bird has whispered to me that an animal wants to take leave of us.
Okay. So that the photos from this forum will look colorful. Everywhere we go, we take photos with the ones wearing nice colors. So we'll have a photo up with Nananum before they leave. They take leave of us. Then we can continue.
The local government network. Prof, thank you for this beautiful discourse. Civil society organization, we have already submitted our memo for consideration, but there were some few things that we have to mention for you to add on. One critical area that we want to alert you, Chair, is on the involvement of civil society on various committees. The Constitution has made provision for civil society to be complementing the development effort of the government, which we appreciate so much. But there are a lot of the committees that you see that civil society representation will be mentioned, but when it comes to voting, then they are denied, for which we see that is not the best of it, because you don't expect me to put my ideas on the table, my resources on the table, and when it comes to voting, then you sideline me and then take decision that will go against me or otherwise. So we are recommending that wherever we find ourselves as civil society organization, we should have the voting right.
So exactly, I mean, it's
like
currently,
PRCC or the audit committee.
Yeah, so currently in the Constitution, there are some what you call civil society organizations. How do you implement that provision? Who would be civil society? Who chooses from where?
If I take the PRCC as example, if I did the audit committees as example, you realize that give the space to thematic groups like maybe LogNet, including your own organization, like CDD, IDEC, and that
Yeah,
stuff.
but these are private, all private associations, right? You can't write them into the constitution. You can't write a constitution that says that,
and that is why
there shall be a nominee from Ghana Center for Democratic Development. Then you've created a
that
state.
is individual. That's individual, and
Yes.
that is why they put it as civil society organizations.
But then who picks that one?
They pick among themselves as representative of the group.
No, because my experience is that, for example, on the Office of Special Prosecutor board, there is a civil society rep there. And normally, when it comes to choosing that, depending on who the minister or the attorney general is, they will call CDD or IDEC or IA and say, can you bring us somebody? So it's somebody in government who is making the decision as to which civil society organization will bring that person. On PIAC, there's a civil society rep there. So when you use this broad category, civil society, the power to actually nominate is not defined. You can't define it specifically enough that it may end up going to the government anyway, right? And then, so that is one difficulty. I mean, it's something that the idea is good in principle. If you want to say represent organized labor on a statutory body or a constitutional body, it's fairly easy. Trade Union Congress is there. But the civil society one is a tricky one. Unless you are saying you name them, or say the professional body that represents lawyers shall bring this, or the body that represents engineers shall bring that. But for us, for the kind of sector we operate in, unless we go and ask Alhaji Tanko, I mean, who are the civil society people? We go to Star Ghana and Star Ghana would, it's a real difficulty of actually operationalizing that provision. So if there is, no, you don't have to have a ready-made answer, but just I'm presenting to you the difficulty of taking that principle and putting it in practice and how we can formulate it. It's not that clear.
Yeah. So, the Chair, my concern, or our concern, is not about the representation per se, but the right to vote. Because there's always a clause that the so can have the right to vote, but the civil society representation may not be given the right to vote. And that is where we stand, to say that we cannot bring our resources on the table, and when it comes to voting, you can't vote. And I cited example with the PRCC, Public Relations Committees. Complaint committees, yeah. At the assembly level. Yes. Then coming to the audit committees too, the same thing. You get the representation of civil society organizations, but when it comes to voting, they don't have that space. And that is where we are coming from. The next issue has gotten to do with the 5%, at least 5% of the common fund that we are enjoying. Yes. By the wisdom of those who crafted it, it was a laudable idea. But we are not so much convinced as to the functionality, whether the functions that are given out at the district assembly level were costed before they came out with that 5%. What are the 95%? How did they cost the 95% that is left at the central government level? Does it mean that we are still decentralizing the system? If functions should go with the financial commitment, then the 5% need to be looked at by costing the functions at the local level before we can advocate for the 5%
Yeah, but I mean, so basically you are saying that the 5% of the district assembly common
It's woefully
of the
inadequate.
gross revenues, what is your proposal?
The proposal is not less than 10% for now. Then the last one is with the legislature, the laws that they pass parliament, the function of the NCC is to create awareness, educate the public to understand some of these things before any other thing emerges. But you realize that the laws are passed and they're put in the shelf of the parliament. The NCC are not so much resource. So the citizens are not aware of what is really going on till certain things happens. So we are all in darkness. But the NCC should open the light for us to see what the laws are in there so that we'll be guided. If we are not guided but by what we know, we are not informed. So anything can take you on. And that is where we stand to say that there should be a deliberate attempt to resource the MCCE so that they will be able to reach out with the laws of the land. People should be informed and not to be taken unaware when it comes to maybe any other thing.
So currently, NCC obligations, it sees its main obligation as promoting constitutional literacy, right? Educating citizens about the Constitution. SHRAJ also has that educational function on human rights side. Now, is in a way that when it comes to people not knowing the laws, from the civil society side, isn't part of the problem the fact that we don't even have good enough participation in the making of the laws? A lot of laws are passed, nobody knows about them, they are not announced, nobody sees the bills. The next thing you know, oh, certificate of emergency, something has been passed already. So maybe it's not so much that we are not educated after the fact, once the laws are made, but that the process of lawmaking itself excludes the people. People don't seem to have a right to participate in the making of those laws. If you have a right to participate and the bill is published or your opinion is invited before the law is made, you would know about the law once it's passed. And you, as civil society, we can then participate in the education of the people. So for me, it's not so much that NCC is not resourced to educate us after the fact about laws being passed, but that we are actually, after elections, all we do as a people is vote in elections. After the election, we don't participate in the lawmaking process. My colleague, Reina, has used a term that our role in the democracy is mostly just voters, not stakeholders. If you are stakeholders in a democracy, you participate beyond elections in the making of policy, in the making of laws. So maybe what we should be asking for, instead of just resourcing NCC, is to say that people have to have a right to participate in lawmaking. When the bill is out, all interested communities and constituencies that will be affected, their opinion must be sought. Right? If we were involved in the lawmaking at the front end, then the back end, the NCC's job is even much lighter. So it may not be just a matter of under-resourcing. It's also that we don't participate. We are not allowed participation in the lawmaking process. And so we've just become voters. Every 4 years we go and vote. And then once we've voted, we are no longer stakeholders. They just take us for granted, and they come back every 4 years. So from my civil society perspective, I think what we are missing is a participation in the policy making. Not so much that we are left in the dark after the fact. So maybe we can do both, but I'm just saying that we should really be pushing more for a seat at the table when these decisions are made. Because everything now, certificate of urgency, whatever, then is passed. We don't even know what is in it. But we are the ones supposed to obey the laws. And we are not participating in the making of the laws.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, too. The NCC has civic education clubs in almost all the secondary schools in the Ashanti region, including some select
schools, the junior high schools, and I'm told that reps from those schools are here together with their patrons. Can you be on your feet for us to acknowledge you? Well done, well done. We encourage you to take your lessons there seriously. Who knows, in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll have ministers and MPs from these clubs. So continue the good work. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, committee members, Madauroma, your friend Mustafa Seidu from Offenso North. Na media kakra mekano eye assembly members. Tamana major ekasano na mehwese wo descend ko hwa na mehwese wo beka bibi kakra afa ho. Obi edi me say oman no chichireye nyina ehya ase free assembly members. If he say how no bibi e free from bia no assembly man ini nimu. Ebi okura bi betime UB MC, obetime di MP na obiti community num ana constituency no nani ehu no say that, but assembly man the time bia hwa na wote na employee no dia na ehu ne say assembly man actor eboa say yese assembly man wa serve ufie na na hwi nti aban enja okwan yese yemfa IGF, which is internal generation fund, in intua assembly members ka. And also depending IGF no ban depending the strength and I say assembly no how in human ade wo mansini num. Tis ekoba se mansini bi ahoden wo forma e betuma twa mfie be de wo na assembly members kwa obesom na mumu na onya ahwe emfa nku fie e pasa emma adwuma no eye ahomkeke wo adwuma no mekofo nti emma ntuntu a expecting no form say ebeba no emma timodawro mabe ya yemfa nhye act dum say IGF na editua assembly members eye esgracia no ebe ya yemfa free eye consolidated fund num na entimi moa emma assembly members so ye hutimi nyedene na entimi nya adwuma fa moa oman puntu medamas.
Yes, that's the way you started with the English language and changed to the tree reminds me of last year. There was a radio station, they were having discussion in English. The callers were all using the English language. Then one gentleman called, please, I've lost my voice. I want to speak tree. I don't know that when you speak tree, you use a different medium. So thank you.
Any but you're it's a make tree. Prof. Good afternoon. If I make a bill, and Pacho Person can be for Article 117 of the Constitution. Far immunities are Parliament enjoy, particularly MPs. No. Ushe say the TCC na. You can say when they are going to or coming from or more core or more ba. We say nka can clearly na. Suggesting ni senka or more presence of Parliament wa and na ombe enjoy sa immunities no. Say or more abontin dia any. It's a we speak a notice nanke bia process and I say arrest bia on be no na on my 2 if commissions of inquiry prof may draw inspiration be from what could be actually amending the constitution. Sure commissions of inquiry you tartan as and when PMP usually and maybe one obvious crimes and keep anka wasn't a court and anka a handle and as if a state institution be I did one kayo body one wasn't omo sharing omo name ni commission of inquiry. For example, I was so ACC and may be see one a crime ankasa and it wasn't Caribbeanka course and cash by the commission. Oh share I do attack commission of inquiry chair any kwazenka attending to criminal trials later in Dinka suppose a crime there you must choose no on and ye in comes to say provision we anka yenya ne say commission of inquiry say body be I was stating him my handles amatana a commission should not be established to look into those matters. And the last one here article 3 clause 3 high treason say be try say oyiku and so to be agua I'm saying you move away from death as a punishment. Mrs. Senka, and also be a life imprisonment with us.
Speaks Tree. It is sometimes difficult to translate into English because he has used the key or all the key words were in English. So the language speaks for itself. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Augustine Adongo. I work with Trade Union Congress. What I'm touching is very sensitive proposal, but I have to do it because I'm doing it for the ordinary workers in Ghana and Ashanti region. The 1992 Constitution has a clause or an article, the 71 office holders. Workers are of the view that this commission should look into it to review it and put a mechanism that will give equal salaries to the workers of Ghana. Whether you are a president, you are an MP, you are what? At least equal pay for equal work. Either that article should be repealed and put a mechanism, payment system that will benefit every worker, or we have something we call the living wage that should be put in the Constitution so that instead of minimum wage, it should be living wage. That is my humble proposal. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Please, my name is Kofi Ajapong, a patron of Kumasi, the Civic Education Club. My submission is very simple, and I would have wished Nananum would have been present to hear this. They have played a very integral role to the shaping of our democracy as a country, of which there is no doubt about it. I think of late there has been that growing concern in the media, especially on the social medias, where there is a contention between the powers that Nananum have. Okay, there are some people who are of the opinion that certain paramount chiefs are being denigrated, and then others are given so much power to the extent that they think in a point or in a way they are not being considered. Okay, a typical example, I'm in the Ashanti region, so my king Otumfo Asante, yes, people are of the opinion that he wears such much power to the extent I think in the public domain he is seen to be superior over the others, and there have been commentaries around it where other paramount chiefs, I think it is something obvious to all of us, but if you are not careful, and in the Constitution, Article 71, 271, 274, that's the chieftaincy institution, the composition of it. I think the Constitution must come clear and explicitly state the powers and then the authority of this chieftaincy, especially comparing the Asante Hene Otumfo to other paramount chiefs. Okay, if we are not careful, some way, somehow, in the future, we may end up putting ourselves in a very tight condition where conflict, if not careful, may generate out of some of these things. Thank you very much.
Yeah, John Yobua, farmer and the chairman of Peace and Love Vegetable Growers Association. Mine is about danger in chemical farming. The way we are degrading our soil and the chemical residues food that we are consuming in this country.
At the onset of the program, were you here from the beginning of this program?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mpempi de yetatete wo enipa dodo na no se ekuafo no kuye ekuafo no kunuro ena ma yade ahodo bebere yaba ya hometesem se me wokuem na metesa asem na enti me fatom ho so enante regions dodo na mu na de me hu ye no se kuadwuma no ɛyɛ ade a tokoro bia obi ahyɛ mu yɛ bia no na adua no bɛdwa man so a yɛntumi identify baabi efi baeɛ ne yɛn nyinaa ka bɔ mu di baade yɛhunu sɛ akuafoɔ no a wɔn akeka mu ho abom as farmer based organizations no most of the necessary training a mofa ɛne donor funders no ɛde baabiara no wɔn nsaka ba akuafoɔ no akeka kantɛm na obiara pay attention to them no wɔn na ɛfa aduro biara oni hu nimdeɛ onko training baabiara de onim an sɛ me de yɛse ekuma bɔ yɛ de yɛ adwuma aduro no fa yɛ ade bi a friend withdrawal period wo de aduro no yɛ adwuma abere aduro no dwo ansa na wate no ban kwa da abere ni pɛdi okuani no wɔte ntokuro mu no onko training bia onim ho hwee na wɔde yɛ adwuma eti me petition sɛ nka mpanimfoɔ mmoae na saa farmer based organization no yɛnhyɛ mu kuna sɛ obiara a woyɛ entitled to farming deɛ ɛsɛ sɛ at least we belong to certain view sɛ de bɛyɛ training biara na sɛ nimdeɛ biara ba wo nsa bɛtuma ka bi na wonyɛ obi biara sɛ de wopɛ ɛne yɛ made srɛdeɛ baako afei yɛhwɛ biribi te sɛ kuadwuma a asese sɛ mɛdodo adwane firi kuadwuma mu every year biara no university university students no manya kwa nyinipa be 200 a omo ba internship on side onum di nkomo a omo so musua entrepreneurship all right but eba implementation a obi abeso ko office ko ye adwuma adentira omo hu se ye ni policy bia wo ho for price standardization eni ntiro mo ye adwuma na mede woman for na be fa no ma no akiti wo ma no mo ko adwuma ko fo mfa so nti ohun so oyɛ adwuma na oni target bia ene oni ade bia sɛ me yɛ 1 acre metime nya sei nti sɛ me mani kɔ ho na me yɛ bia 2 acres na 3 acres na so de me pɛ sɛ me hwehwɛ because ohwɛ mabro no sɛ dodo na adwane kɔ garamse ade ntre so onya 1 breeder ne price yɛ sei but okoyɛ tomato so a 1 kilo onim de obenya okodua bɔde a onya 1 kilo onim de obenya apart from sɛ cocoa and coffee nko na ɛwɔ sa standard price no enti made sɛ ba kon sɛ mpanifo hwɛ sɛ da bɛn mabu no nwane firi kwadwuma mu no yɛnya sa scale system of price standardization na moae ɛna made ba kon ka ho sɛ
omre aso atwam kra yɛda ase fama foforo so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Oseboatin, elected assembly member, Makesek Electoral, Asante Achim Central Municipal Assembly. Mine has to do with the election of presiding member. In instances where the presiding member is a government appointee and there is a general election and there is change of government, the election of the presiding member is made to continue the term of office of his predecessor, but it's spelled out in the Act 936 that an elected presiding member shall serve a term of 2 years. But in this instance, it's made to continue the term of office of his predecessor, which brings conflict in certain instances. Secondly, has to do with the subcommittees of the municipal assembly. After the elections of the presiding member, there are formations of subcommittees. But right after the election, or in this instance of the change of government, the subcommittees are made to continue the mandate of the previous presiding member's term. So I believe the subcommittee should be reconstituted after fresh elections have been held. Lastly, has to do with the retirement age. The Constitution provides that has set out a retirement age for every job description. But in a country where there's high rate of youth unemployment, there are contracts given even after the retirement age, if that can be reviewed or scrapped. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Once you reach retiring age, you shouldn't be given a contract extension.
I believe, I'm saying as a youth activist, we are in a country where there's high rate of youth employment, unemployment. So where do you have youth unemployment and the retirement age has been reached and is being given a contract while we have a high rate of unemployment? That's my issue.
That's it. And Senior.
No, he's Pluto, not senior.
Okay. Now, You are speaking about the continuation of office by presiding members.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I want to inquire from you, this to probe you to provide further particulars. Usually when there's a change of government, or after every general election, there are other functions that the district assemblies perform. For instance, you constitute electoral colleges to elect, for instance, the Council of State.
Yeah.
No, so is it the reason why they continue in office to perform these functions, these specific functions, that must be in a continuum after the election or after the general election, for instance? I need to know as an assembly member if that's the reason. Or they are continued without any cause or without any basis.
Yeah, when the presiding member is an elected assembly member, we don't hold fresh elections. But when it's a government appointee, because there's change of government, there are fresh nominations or fresh appointees to the assembly. So we hold fresh elections in that order. And that appointee, that presiding member is made to continue the term of office of his predecessor. But it's spelled out that an elected presiding member shall serve a term of 2 years. Once a new election has been held, it's made to continue, even if it's 6 months. It's made to continue, if it's 6 months left of his predecessor, it's made to continue the 6 months before another election is being held.
Okay. But that continuation serves other purposes. That's just what I want to know. Whether it allows them to elect or perform the post-election mandate, like
no, until the fresh elections are held, we can't do anything because the presiding member chairs everything at the general assembly meeting or assembly meeting.
Okay, I have a different question in relation to the presiding member. Do you think that we should continue to allow unelected members of the assembly, the ones that are nominated by government, should we allow unelected members of the assembly to become presiding members?
Personally, I think there should be a change in it. The elected assembly members should be presiding members. Okay. I understand my brother's problem. It is the politicization that has brought us here. Per the law, the 30% of members appointed by the president to the assembly are supposed to be non-partisan. The idea is that we need technical people to be part of the assembly. So we will reserve 30%, just so if the composition of the assembly through election is made, I will not have people with technical knowledge on certain aspects of our society, then they will be selected. So per the law, we are supposed to have somebody from the disability group to represent them. Then we'll have people from the traditional authorities. And then we should, ordinarily, when it started, people were coming from garages. People were coming from the garages. Technical people. Madam Mary Swedra was representing hairdressers. Mr. Abeyi, who was a mechanic, came from the garages. And then when they joined, they decided to be political. So subsequently, when they joined, they decided to let their allegiance be to the political party that brought them there. So subsequently, it became a political reward. But technically, it's not supposed to be like that. So when we revert back to its original intent, then the need for the replacement when government changes will not occur. It is supposed to provide for technical members of the society to be part of the assembly. But it is not, we have decided to make it political, but it is not supposed to be for political purposes. That is why because it has become political, when there's a change of government, then you don't represent my political orientation, so you have to go. But if we revert to its original intent, we will not encounter this difficulty.
Thank you. Now we can continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My has to points, and it has to do with agriculture. Agriculture. My name is Kalim Abdallah Adam. I'm from the Ahafano South East Assembly. Somewhere in 1978, 79, getting to mid-80s, rice farming was very lucrative in the northern sector. My father is or was a very big farmer. 1993, he was the best rice farmer in Ghana. Harvested over 7,000 bags. 1995, he was best seed grower. At a point in time when the importation of foreign rice started coming in, there was no market for the local rice. So we had backlog of 2 years, 3 years rice sitting in the Ghana Food Distribution Corporation stores. What I'm driving at is, if it is possible, let us put it in the constitution that a quota of some food produce should be given for foreigners to, for even indigenous to import from foreign lands, i.e. rice, poultry products, pig, pork or beef and other things, so that it will ginger the Ghanaian farmer to produce to meet the demands of the Ghanaian populace. And the second one too has to do with the farmers. Farmers Day. I think a lot of money is spent on trying to give implements and other things to farmers who may not even use it, especially getting to the regional and the district levels. I think such monies should be put into a revolving fund. The first three best farmers, regional, national, regional, and district, should be given some revolving fund. Some revolving fund, so that those monies are used to reinvest into their farms, so that at the end of the year or two, they pay back the money to government to be used to be given to the next group of people who will win such awards. Otherwise, we just give it to one person and it goes and we never get it again. So if such a revolving fund is there, it will help the small farmers to also grow up. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you too. You've done well. To the next person. Where are women? Where are our women? Can we have 3 women who are willing to ask questions or bring their submissions? Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to you, my name is Makielaji, Lawyer Makielaji, Coordinating Director, Busumi Firm. Sir, I'll look at the Article 146, the removal of the Chief Justice and the Superior Court of Judication. The term, the determination of prima facie. Determination of prima facie. As it is in our constitution now, the ingredient that define the prima facie is not stated in the constitution. So it gives a kind of subjectivity to whoever is determined. So I wish that in this review, we look at it and state it clearly in the Constitution when this situation comes. Again, the composition of the committee, the composition. Now we are giving to the president to provide the composition. Sir, let us look at the separation of powers. We understand, or in the constitution, there is some kind of interface between the judiciary, executive, and the the parliament. When it comes to any issue concerning parliament or discipline of any member of parliament, it goes to the privileges committee, and then the privileges committee will determine how they would go about it. Likewise, when anything happens to the minister, it's the president or the executive who will do the discipline or anything. But when it comes to the removal of the Superior Court of Justice, then we turn to the executive again. I think that this too gives a lot of sensitivity to the president and give the president unfettered powers, because we have in our constitution that the judiciary must be independent. So with this current arrangement, the question is, how independent are they? Now, Mr. Chair, I would have wished and proposed that Article 153, that is the Judicial Council, when we look at the composition, it's better place to look at the affairs of the judiciaries, so that we will have Judicial Council looking at the affairs of the judiciary, and then privilege committee also look at the affairs of the parliament. And when this issue, we are putting this, we put this issue in the proper perspective, I believe that we are not going to get a situation whereby one day a president will just come or with a mere petition or petitions that a certain chief justice should go. If things continue as it's going on, when another party parliament president comes, he also cycle over is a chief justice, and the trend will continue and continue. There must be an end to this. And finally, on the appointment of the Superior Court of Justice to the Supreme Court, I wish that there must be a ceiling. There should be a ceiling, so that this kind of arrangement now give a lot of
Counsel,
probability.
Thank you. Do you have an ambition of being on the bench?
No, sir.
Because your questions are, don't mind me, continue.
Okay, thank you. My name is Matthew Amwa. So I would like to continue from where my cinema ended. Respectfully, I would also want to say that when it comes to empaneling justices for the Supreme Court and then even the Court of Appeal, maybe it could be done electronically, so that I think I read an article a day before yesterday, and people were just challenging how the justices were selected. And so they said it came with some biases on the part of the CJ. And so to get rid of all these things, I think in a way we could just utilize the electronic way of empaneling justices. And then as it stands now, you see the president enjoys a lot of privileges. And so one thing I'm so much concerned has to do with the fact that he is not paying taxes. At least the privileges are enough. So we should also see to it that the first gentleman of the country should also pay tax to help the country develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, we have Nana Owusu Echan, who is a former member of the Council of State. He has 1 or 2 submissions to make within 3 minutes before he takes leave of us. So we want to give Nana a chance.
All right, thank you. Yeah, as you said, I was a member of the Council of State, just past one, for 8 years. And currently, I'm the national best farmer. Yes, so I'm a farmer. So a lot that is being said here concerns me, and I have to address it. A student from, I think, Opokuare touched on the essence of Council of State. Kumasi Academy. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. He was right. In fact, Council of State should be elevated to maybe a higher chamber, because I've been there 8 years. We were there to counsel the president and ministers of state, and our counseling was not binding. So why were we there if it's not binding? We just. I think that one should be looked into. And let me go to my farmers. I think we need farmers' council, as we had it in the terms of Kwame Nkrumah. They were very strong, and they were helping the farmers. As it is now, we don't have people representing farmers at all. I'm a commercial farmer, big town farmer. I harvest over 50,000 bags of maize every year. So I'm a very big farmer. But when I look at the other farmers, though I'm a resource, but when I look at the other farmers, it's very pitiful. That's why the youth are running away from farming. So I think, and I suggest, they should bring back National Farmers Council to assist our dear farmers. And also, on Article 71 office holders, I think the money spent there is too much. I'm waiting for one. It hasn't come, and it will surely come. And I have taken one already, and another one is coming. Within 4 years, I'm getting all that money. I don't think it's fair. So that Article 71 office holders, as gratia, should be looked into. Yes, a pokrano, but when you are fair, it's too much. Somebody who would teach for years, and what he comes out with when he is retired, it's nothing to go home with. But these 71 Article 71 holders, they make a lot of money within the 4-year period. Mine hasn't come. I'm still waiting for it. And as I said before, I'm the national best farmer. And I want to, something is coming, very big. So as one of the farmers was saying that those monies should be given to the peasant or smallholder farmers. I think I agree. But at times we must be fair. And also, from the time of Kuchua Champong, we have what? Operation Feed Yourself. At the time of Nanado, planting for food and jobs. And now they say, what? Feed the people. What? Feed Ghana. All these are slogans. There should be a national policy regarding all these things. At least there should be a 10-year plan, national plan, because food is very, very, very important. Fuel security is very important. As we speak, we don't even have laws governing our seed. And when you go to Russia, their seed bank is in Siberia. They protect it as if they are protecting gold. So there should be 10-year at least. So food security is very, very crucial and very, very. Now, when you came here, all of us have eaten. Not all of us are wearing gold chains and braces, but we have all eaten today. So let's think about it. Let's get a national plan, and also let's get a council, what do you call it, National Farmers Council that will take care of our farmers. Thank you very much.
Ask one question regarding the Council of States. Sure. You indicated that one of the challenges is that the president doesn't accept, or the advice is not binding on the president.
Yes.
But we met a former member of the Council of State, and he questioned why the president has to take all your advice, because the president was elected by the people of this country. And why would he then be bound to accept every advice? And even indicated that even chiefs, you are not bound to accept all the advice of your council of elders. So why would we want to restrict the president that way? A follow-up question would be, are there some areas of governance that you think, okay, for this area, 1, 2, 3, the advice of the Council of State should be binding? For area C, D, E, F, the president can consider. And for area X, Y, Z, maybe he can then reach out to you so that we know that it is not every advice or not every area of governance that the president should be bound by the advice of the Council of State.
Okay, thank you. You see, all appointments, most of the appointments, about 4,000 of them, come to the Council of State to be advised on. The council is comprised of very intelligent people like Okujato, Nanaja Benhene, Theodora, Woods, and all this. So I don't think we will give an advice that has to be rejected by the president or anybody that we are advising. Though it's shrouded in secrecy, but all the advice we gave were right. I'm not saying that Nanado didn't take our advice. He took most of our advice. And we did what we can. But I think the law should be changed so that he has to be, he has to listen to the people. And you see, not all members of the Council of State were appointed by the president. Some were elected. I was elected in Ashanti region to represent the people of Ashanti. So they know why they voted for me.
On sure. That. Yeah, so the president is also elected. National mandate. He has a cabinet as his primary policy advice body. So his cabinet would advise him on policy. Council of State can advise him. There are other advisory bodies. And this is also the argument of a former member of the Council of State on this issue of why we cannot compel the president to take the advice, because he is advised by multiple bodies, not just the Council of State. So, as Alaji Tanko is saying, maybe we can compel him to accept advice in certain areas on policy issues where he has a cabinet, where he was elected on a manifesto. It may be difficult to say that the Council of State that doesn't have a national mandate, your advice must bind him, because he is politically accountable on policy issues. But maybe if there was some other advice, let's say on if we were to give the Council of State a role in the nomination of, say, the chair or deputies of the Electoral Commission or the independent office holders, maybe that advice, if you have looked at the nominees and you have interviewed them and you say, look, of all the nominees, this is the one that you should pick, or these two, pick from these two. Those ones may be yes. But if we were to say that on every one of these issues we advise you, you must take it, it would be difficult because the Council of State is not politically accountable. The President is. We can vote against the President for a bad decision. We cannot vote against the Council for a bad decision. But I wanted to actually push, go further on the farmer issue. I think it's actually you raised really a very important point. And immediately you raised it, I look at the Constitution to see on which bodies farmers serve. If you read the Dietary Principles of State Policy, agriculture is big in that language, on that section. We all know the importance of agriculture to our economy. I noticed that only on the National Lands Commission and the Regional Lands Commission is there a nominee from the National Association of Farmers and Fishermen, somebody called like that. There's a body, National Association of Farmers and Fishermen. I checked the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission. I didn't see any representation from any farmer group or any agricultural body, which is interesting given that we are a largely agricultural economy. And when you look at the membership of the National Development Planning Commission, it says the commission shall consist of names, a number of them, and then such other persons as may be appointed by the President, having regard to their knowledge and experience of the relevant areas and roles pertaining to development, economic, social, environmental, and spatial planning. No specific mention or no specific seats for agriculture. The reason I'm asking is that there are suggestions about reforming the National Development Planning Commission, including the composition and who makes it up. There are suggestions for reforming the Council of State, including the composition. In your view, do you think these would be bodies where, if we were to recommend reform in their composition, that we should have some seat, a seat or two, for a constituency like agriculture that represents such a big part of our economy? Are there other bodies in the Constitution you think farmers must have representation on so that they can advise properly?
Sure. I think you mentioned two places. And I think...
An additional point, sir, about farmers. The idea of a farmers' council was instituted by the Kwame Nkrumah government. One, it was a one-party state, and the farmers' council belonged to or came under the CPP. We are in a totally different dispensation. Are you suggesting that we would need a farmers' council that is created by the state? Or we need a farmers' council that is an independent body of farmers themselves? If that is the case, then it is not the obligation of the state, but the farmers themselves who must organize themselves and be a body that, like the TUC or other such independent organization, will then fight for or struggle for their interests and also seek to be represented on bodies that the chairman has pronounced. Otherwise, for instance, the organization of farmers and fishermen that he referred to is very poorly organized. I do know that for a fact. And therefore, even when government appoints anybody from that agency, you are likely to find out that it's very arbitrary. And the person may be chosen only because they belong to the party in power and so on. So I think we need some clarity from you. You, I'm sure, were elected by the Asante collegiate that elected you to the council because of your status as a well-known farmer, I believe so.
Yes. Yes, during my campaign, I was going around, talking to farmers, and it's very difficult to have farmers coming together. It's not like Guta. Guta is always on the news. You hardly hear about farmers, We are not represented anywhere. And it's difficult to get them together. It's not like the advanced countries where farmers are rich, well-resourced. To add to what I'm saying, in the US, I'm a farmer over there. I grow vegetables in the US. And working there as a farmer and over here, vast difference. Over there, we are being represented. Very strong, They even determine the outcome of elections. But over here, not at all. Farmers in this country are very poor. That's why the youth, they don't want to go into agriculture, farming, no. So there should be government involvement in bringing these farmers together. Somebody was talking about chemicals. Yes. I know how to use chemicals because I had training in it. But other farmers, they don't. A chemical like atrazine, whenever it's applied to corn, maize, after harvesting, the corn should stay in the barn for some time, about at least 3 to 6 months before you can consume. But as soon as it's harvested, it goes straight to the market for Banku and all that. You see. So a lot is going on when, EPA and FDA are looking the other way. Chemicals are just coming in from everywhere. And you don't even know the composition of them. So I think the government should look into what I'm saying regarding a body that will take care of our dear farmers.
Thank you, Nana. Nana has given us some pieces of information about himself, but what he failed to disclose was how much he took as a council member in his first term. That's another question. You can proceed.
I'm Abraham Sunkwa from the Ghana Revenue Authority. I think that Ghana, our major problem is not about the lack of resources or leadership. The corrupt leader, that leader we accuse him of being corrupt, is just one of us. He's a reflection of the society or of the larger society. I think the major problem we have in this country is rather the lack of honesty, lack of truthfulness, and lack of discipline. These are the problems we have, I think so. So instead of governments using huge resources to put up a fiscal infrastructure, I want to suggest that rather they should use that to nurture citizens who are upright, who are disciplined, who are honest, who can control resources, instead of dissipating these resources. And there's so much mendacity in our society. There's so much dishonesty, indiscipline. And how can we as a country grow in such a situation? So they should enact laws that will, or program that will promote uprightness in the society, honesty. If these things are done, I think we'll go a long way. This is my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair,
and your honorable members of the committee. My name is Isaac Amwako. I'm also from Ghana Revenue Authority. And my submission here is very brief and simple. And I stand here to submit on Article 68(5), which is on the exemption of the president from paying tax. Can you let me share a very brief experience in 2017 when Ghana Revenue Authority launched National Tax Campaign. I was a member of the working committee that planned the campaign. And we decided that we wanted the president to address the launching. But regrettably, this is the president who doesn't pay tax. How do you ask the president to encourage Ghanaians to pay their taxes? So personally, to me, I think your August committee should have a look on that recommendation because of leadership by example, equity, and then equality before the law as provided by Article 17(1) of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Time is fast spent. We are hoping to leave here by 3:30. Oh, it's almost 3. It's almost 3, don't worry.
Thank you very much.
We'll leave here by 3:30. Lunch will be served, so don't be in a haste to leave us. Because if all of you leave, I alone cannot eat all the food. So please, exercise some patience.
Thank you very much. On behalf of, I am Kingsley Ohinabamo. I represent Defense Network for Democracy and also a convener for Asante Foundation for Africa Peace and Development. We wish to take this opportunity to thank the good office of the chairman and the distinguished members of the committee for giving us this opportunity to also contribute. We did few analysis of the articles on the 1992 Constitution, and I think on Article 42, which talks about appointment of the Electoral Commission membership. We think that as part of our review and analysis, there should be some consultation and approvals, additional approval from Parliament. It shouldn't be a straight-away appointment by the president. This is what we are also making as a proposal to the committee. On Article 74, which talks about the appointment of ambassadors, envoys, we think that as part of our analysis, there should be some additional approval from Parliament. It shouldn't be straight away then they are going to serve. We need to, the people of Ghana who have voted, who have elected members of Parliament to represent them at Parliament must have a stake to our representations abroad. On Article 270 of the 1992 Constitution, which talks about the chieftaincy institution, we are of the view that it is time that we consider analyzing the article in establishing an additional institutional architecture that will help our chiefs be empowered to lead in development facilitation, working side by side with the district assemblies, MMDAs, so that our chiefs can be empowered to even travel with their DCs for investment destinations, bring investors, and our chiefs will also be empowered to the extent that they can work with civil society and other non-state actors within the district assemblies, within the MMDAs, so that they can ensure accountability on the governance and development process at the local level. On the last submission we want to also propose is, looking at the Constitution, we don't have a specific role for civil society and other non-state actors. So we are of the view that there should be a simple captured article that will also help the civil society and non-state actors such as the media and other private sector organizations to be involved in the governance and development process of the country. Because as we speak now, most laws that are passed, civil society and other non-state don't have representation. They don't even know. And we represent the people. So we think that there should be a body of such nature that should be considered. And in totality, to defend our democracy, we think there should be an institution, a new architecture that should be called maybe a National Democracy and Constitution Protection Commission or National Democracy and Peace Protection Commission. That will have membership from almost all the commissions and relevant democratic institutions to help defend our because we know what happens in elections. Whenever there are elections, politicization of issues. Thank you very much.
We are going to have a lot of architectures, so don't worry. It will be factored into it. Can we have your submission?
Good afternoon. My name is Abdulsalam from the CPP.
Can we take the name again?
Abdulsalam from CPP. I would like to suggest to this committee to consider where lands that's supposed to be leased to public should be given to government to do so. I believe government will not sell one land to two people, but others do. So instead of leaving it with the chiefs for them to sell it to us and we'll be fighting with the land guards, I propose that the lands, when it's ready for it to be released, for people to make use of it, should be given to government to do so, so that at least when I buy my land, I know it's safe. On the second part too, I'm considering that we should look at the Article 97G, where it talks about parliamentarians. If a member of parliament leaves the party that brought him to parliament, he automatically loses his seat. I think that law gags parliamentarians from having dissenting view when it comes to their issues being discussed in parliament. From our records, most of our parliamentarians who came out publicly against their party couldn't come back to parliament again. Simply because when you go against my party, we know how to take you off. So I'm pleading that that law also should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Dambo. Robert Dambo, the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the PNC. Please, I'm proposing that Article 55 is amended to include political party funding. I'm saying so because we have been talking about dirty money getting into our political architecture and corruption permeating every sector of our economy because certain persons are putting their monies where they would want to reap benefits. So if the state is funding, if not in totality, but at least there is a cap of maybe 100%, the state is funding 30%. The other 70%, the state should know where the political parties are getting their monies from to fund their activities. And second, Article 89 of the Council of State, I think the Council of State has outlived its usefulness. As we always say, the Constitution is a living document, and as society evolves, it also needs amendment. We have heard from the former Council of State member indicating that the advice are not binding, but we all know the president and all the ministries and institutions are having advisors and even special advisors to the ministers and other state institutions. So if you're having all these advisors, why should you have another Council of State advisor the president? And I think that is a duplication of duty. And the country is wasting money on some of these things. So I would wish that the Council of States, as its current shape and form, is being scrapped. And lastly, talking about members of parliament, I think that we should have a parliamentary gate, just like the chiefs will have some kind of people that they consult for decision making on critical state laws that needs to be passed. The member of parliament should not go and speak on his only behalf. There should be certain people which I have termed as the gate, maybe religious bodies, the chiefs, the imam, the pastor, and those kind of people within the constituency the member of parliament finds himself. He must consult them so that he will speak the minds of the people through them. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon,
am Dennis Ahimfo, the President and Vice President of the NCCE Club, KNUST, and the KNUST Debate Society. I would like to make a few suggestions concerning Act 831, that's the Biosafety Act 2011. Now, currently, the Act does not mandate the NBA to publicly release field trial locations, risk assessment, protocols, and the likes. I truly feel like if Ghana is going to be adopting GMOs in the coming years, we have to amend the act to provide that mandate, because if you want the public to be able to trust the NBA and its ability to keep the public safe, then we need to be able to release these details, and we have to be transparent about the whole process so that third-party researchers can also go and verify the claims for themselves, thereby increasing overall public perception in a positive light. The second thing I would like to talk about is that the Act does not clearly state the past or the times at which other agencies could also help with the assessment. So, for example, the FDA or EPA, the fact that they also have mandates in making sure that our food and drugs are safe and the environment is protected, there are no clear guidelines as to how the NBA could relate with these agencies to make sure that the GMOs that we are bringing in are not only safe for consumption, but are also nutritionally sufficient and also do not impact the environment. So I think if these suggestions are taken, it will help us be able to adopt GMOs in a more sustainable way. Thank you.
Okay. We'll have last but one take. There's another person who is coming to talk. So
okay.
Continue.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Opuni Mensah Franklin from Kumasi Academy, Kumaka. He who gains knowledge breaks himself from bondage of slavery. Okay. So the one I forgot was about education. It seems that it has been specified in the Constitution, Article 35, that all students, I mean all citizens of Ghana should have, let me quote it so that I don't get it wrong. Okay. Should have equal educational facilities. Yes. They should have educational opportunities at large. Currently, this government has helped all students by giving us tablets and other materials for learning. But it is seemingly that other people in the rural areas, they are not getting these opportunities. If you talk to them about things that you've studied so far, they don't know anything about it. And on a more serious note, eventually, we are all going to sit for the same examination.
So what is your suggestion?
And so the suggestion is that this Constitution, Article 38, should be enforced. Yes. Since it's inside, it should be specified and enforced. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Let me go to my last.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my name is Stephen Jan. I'm the regional chairman of the Society of Persons with Physical Disability. Mine is on Article 86, 87, touching on the formation of the National Council, National Development Planning Commission, and its role. It appears it has a very beautiful and strategic role to play. By looking at its role, they say it's what they say is they are guiding or advising the president. I believe that the president has a lot of people guiding him and advising him. Why don't we turn this institution, this commission, into a very strategic institution that will at least collate all political parties' manifestos so that they will, work on it like the committee is doing to collate information to, to review the constitution. So it should, whatever they bring out should be mandatory for every government that comes in, so that we don't come in, any political party doesn't come in with a new thing other than the national policy. I believe that will help us.
Your last.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, what I would like to say is that our Disability Act has been in a flow of, we don't know wherever it is at the moment. But as we are speaking, we have made so much amendments on our Disability Act to at least reach out to the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But as of now, we don't have the LI to back up. Why can't we pass the law so that if there is any amendment to be done as we are doing on a national constitution, so that there are certain institutions that has to be taken on It's unfortunate that our Chief Justice has left. The previous government, OMA called to then be our district. Me work hard as a municipal assembly. I represented PWDs over there. I did wonderfully well, as I can say to myself. Because Namiwa works. You see a district office, courts. I was part of the West Committee. Your call rounds, your inspection will say the building is accessible for persons with disabilities. But I have to say, you're completely a diner, young site on. You're buying no much changing building, no facility, no how it's being made. It's a public facility. I said, near my so it's not accessible for me to get in there. How did we know that President Kufuor will be in a wheelchair as I am? All these lawmakers, excuse me for my language, we have, I don't know if you have even touched on a disability act and what it entails for persons with disability to have a better life. Who is responsible to see to it that our infrastructures are accessible? Disability issues should be first in our minds. But always it comes afterthought. That when you confront a situation, you draw the attention on, and it's, oh, we refuse. But how things are being done in a white man's country? Why? We are suffering here. All this, I struggle to get in this facility. Look at the killer ramp that they have provided in there. Who see to it that is satisfied for all manner of persons? Because it's in our Disability Act that all public facilities should be accessible to all manner of persons. So why do we have to struggle to get in here? So please, our Disability Act needs the tax rate. Parliament or the country should see to it that so that we can take some people on to the court. So and sue them to do the better things for us. Even the washroom. When I in there, I got off from this. I fell off the washroom. The floor is not accessible. Very slippery than this one that I had to attend to. Why? This fine edifice. Look at it. So any situation, let's look at disability issues first before we construct anything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've done very well. We'll go back to the table. Their final submissions. Then we take it from there. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for bringing this forum to a successful close, I think. Just a few remarks. I want to thank all of you who have sat through so many hours of conversation, either to have your turn or just to listen to others. We appreciate all of the inputs that we have received. Wherever we go, I think there's always some local flavor to the things that we hear. And this being the Ashanti region and its adjoining regions, we've heard a lot about agriculture and food security issues. I think it's appropriate. Some very interesting proposals have come. And like I said, even if these do not necessarily come in the form that would find expression in the Constitution, at least the enlightenment that it gives us would allow us to offer some advice by way of recommendation in our report. Even though we are supposed to be reviewing the Constitution, where we find that there is a gap that can be solved legislatively or even administratively, we are allowed to recommend them as well. I found it interesting that one person who spoke about agriculture made a very interesting relationship between price volatility and instability in agriculture and the way it serves as a disincentive for people or young people to get involved in agriculture as a business. Quite an insightful comment. I never seriously looked at it that way, especially when you compared it to, say, galamsey or gold and cocoa, and says, well, you can predict in those areas how much you will get. You know exactly if you participate, how much money you would make. But if you are a farmer, you really cannot.
And that, I think, those insights I think really bring a lot of value to this kind of conversation. And it may not necessarily present itself as a constitutional issue, but it does give, it's a policy issue that I think one can bring to the attention of government, to really deal with this issue. The issue of the growth of our towns and cities and peri-urban centers encroaching on agricultural land and displacing agriculture and farmland. Another very insightful policy issue. That all of these, I think, are things that we are grateful for the insights that you have shared. Otherwise, a lot of the things that we hear resonate, because there are also things that we've heard from your compatriots in other regions and in the other zones. Everybody wants us to do something about the powers of the president, the appointing powers of the president. Everybody wants more effective local government and more effective use of chiefs and chieftaincy in their relationship, especially at the local level. Almost everybody wants some separation of powers so that Parliament will be freed to do the oversight work and the lawmaking work that is its primary functions, so that the executive can focus also on their work. And everywhere we've been to, one of the most vocal constituencies and very effective constituencies are the communities of persons living with disabilities. And the point you make about the absence of an ally that enforces the obligations that are imposed or the rights that are presumably granted to persons with disability in the Act that was passed, I think, 2006 or 2007, thereabouts. This issue has come up. But it is also, we notice that even though you have limited it to this particular act, it is a problem we believe extends to a lot of laws that we pass. When people say we pass a lot of laws but there's no implementation, one of the reasons is that oftentimes the ally that must follow the law never gets done. And so it is possible, I think on that particular issue, it is possible, really very possible, to say in the Constitution that, for example, if you make a law and the implementation requires the enactment of an ally, that it must be done within a certain period. You specify very clearly by what period it must take to do that, and that the making of the ally must involve consultation with the affected stakeholders or community. If you do those kinds of things, those are things we can do in a constitution fairly easily, because I think people are really getting tired. Even we meet with this sometimes, what after all of this, nothing happens. The reason people don't have faith in government partly is that they've seen these things. They've seen so many laws, nothing gets implemented. And yet this is a gap that we can fill. If you said there are some things in the Constitution that Parliament was supposed to do, but because they didn't put a time limit, they haven't done it. And at one point, the Supreme Court got frustrated and said, look, you were supposed to enact this thing about division of property for spouses, whatever. You haven't done it for so long. We are just going to make a decision, because sometimes the way you write the Constitution, if you leave it open-ended, nothing is going to happen. So we've taken note of that comment about the absence of an ally, and I can assure you that that is one of the things that we can definitely take on as a recommendation and put a specific time period by which government must fulfill those obligations that otherwise it becomes so easy to make. If you can't implement it, that's why they make so many laws. If you must make law and you know you won't implement it, you just pass it, because it doesn't cost you anything. These laws, this building is about 10 years after, or it's about 5 years or 8 years after the making of that law. Even some public offices, government buildings that are built after the act, are not in compliance.
You know, I once went to Parliament with my former boss at CDD, who is in a wheelchair, and he couldn't enter. I could go, but he had no access, so he had to go back to the office. This building was put up after the law was passed. He couldn't access it. You know, so it's an important enough point that we are definitely here to listen to these kinds of points and take it on. The immunities for MPs. I mean, I think even in the life of the Fourth Republic, we've had MPs that have gone to jail. In the early years of the Fourth Republic, you know, MPs don't have, the only person the Constitution gives immunity from criminal process and prosecution while they are in office is the president. Even that, 3 years after they have left office, criminal prosecution or action can be brought against them. But it appears that through some practices, we are almost granting de facto immunity to also our MPs. You know, and of course, citizens don't like to see people treated differently that way. So the Constitution is not the problem here. It doesn't give them that immunity. It's the practice, sometimes the practice is such that they circumvent these things and then say, well, tell the speaker before you do it, and then by the time we know, they have created an immunity for themselves. But if one of the reasons why you don't want to give your legislators immunity from the laws they pass is that then they will pass laws, impose burdens on you, knowing that they will not suffer it, right? So these things have a history. If you are a lawmaker and you can basically have immunity from the things that the law imposes on everybody, then you can make the laws recklessly. You know, so there is a principle behind it, and we will take on board these suggestions. I think we've heard a lot of very good ideas from this forum, and the time is fast spent, so we will not go over every one of them, but you can be sure that we have taken copious notes. This is all recorded, but you can also, this is the last of our public engagements around the country. When we return to Accra, we will then begin deliberating as a body, and then our research team and the Secretariat will feed us with all of the things they have collected, the notes, our notes, the recordings, and then last but not least, the written memoranda. So if there is something on your mind, if the nature of this forum is such that you don't feel free to speak your mind here, but you can write or have somebody write down your contribution, please send it to us by email. It's submissions plural at constitutionreviewgh.org. We have a short window left for receiving those submissions, because at some point we must close the window and start working. So within the next few days, you are most welcome and encouraged. If you have something, or if you have an idea that you mentioned, you stated here, you want to develop it further, because we really need very concrete proposal. Like I said, most of the principles are not controversial. The principle of electing MMDCs, now everybody agrees we must elect them. The question is how? The principle of including chiefs or traditional authorities in governance at some level, local or national, accepted. The question is, how do you do it? And the how is important because we do not want to take a step that would compound a problem that we currently have. We're looking for solutions to problems, not worsening existing problems. Some of those steps, if we don't know how to get the how right, we may really make a move that would make matters worse. So I hear the caution from the mayor about, some of these things are so experimental. We've never done it before. We've never elected mayors before. We've never brought chiefs into local government in an effective way. We haven't done these things before. So if we are about to make that big leap, big step into the future, we must, yes, tread cautiously so that we don't make more mistakes. So sometimes some of these things may be done incrementally. There's even some suggestion, for example, that if we are going to elect, we can't elect in all 261 districts. Why don't we start, for example, in the capital cities of the regions, in the municipalities, and experiment gradually? And then maybe move, as we learn more, as these things work on the ground, then we move forward. So we are taking on board a lot of your ideas. You can be sure that, like I said at the beginning, this is not something where we can do by ourselves. If we had not traveled away from Accra, trust me, a lot of the insights we have gotten, including some of the innovative ideas, we would never have gotten it. The Accra view is there. The view on this committee is there. But stepping out into the communities, traveling around the country and hearing people has given us a lot of insight. Some of the best proposals have come from these engagements, including this one. So I think we are most grateful for the opportunity to engage you. Last word, a lot of the things that we are saying here today are things you should be saying with your MPs. This forum is actually the kind of engagement members of parliament must have with their constituents regularly, because they are the ones who make law. They are continuing. This is a very episodic thing. There's nothing in the constitution that says a president must set up a constitution review committee. This is just purely accidental. You just happen to have a president who says, I want to do this. But otherwise, where would you go and air your grievances? Problems of agriculture, of contamination of our soils by abuse of chemicals, all of these things. These are things that your MPs must know. So it is the kind of conversation that doesn't have to wait for a forum like this. This is regular stuff every MP and every community must have with their MPs when they come on break. I think they're already on break at the end of this month of July. This is already August. There should be some mechanism, and maybe something that we can even figure out if we can put in the constitution, that there must be some regular interaction. If this interaction was taking place regularly, a lot of these things that you are talking about, MPs can actually introduce private members' bills to bring some of these things to the attention of Parliament and to pass them into law so that the problem can get solved. The same applies to the assemblies. You know, when we were in some of the, I think when we were in Sunyani, market women were complaining about congestion in the market. You don't have to wait for a constitution review committee. This is assembly issue. Lorry parks, market stalls, congestion. They said they are collecting tolls from us, but we don't even have a place to sell our stuff. And MCs were sitting there, right? So it's this kind of engagement that should happen on a more regular basis. And again, to finally, just to echo the points, the quotes that I quoted initially from my colleague, we must move away from voters to stakeholders. As citizens, we have been stuck at being good voters. We love to vote. We follow the parties. We follow the politicians to the polls. We vote more than some of the developed country democracies even. The problem is the period in between elections. We are missing. We don't demand enough. The politicians don't come to us. That is the point where development takes place, after elections. That is also where bad governance takes place if you don't demand anything. So please, let's move from being voters to stakeholders so that we have a stake in the running of the country on a directly day-to-day basis. So on behalf of the committee and on my own behalf, thank you for this interaction. You can be sure that we will reflect a lot of these things that we've heard in our report. But the report does not end the matter. When we submit our report, our work is done as a committee. Our mandate is exhausted. The ball is then in the court of the President and Parliament. A constitutional amendment is a change in the law. So it must come in the form of a bill, which must be sent to Parliament. So if we do our work and you remain just voters and not stakeholders, and you don't put pressure on those who must then move this bill into action or implement some of the recommendations, then that would be very unfortunate. So the burden remains on you as citizens. Once this process is over, once the report is done, to stay engaged in the process, to stay engaged so that this can move forward. The plan is we will bring finality to something that started in 2011. But the content of what we will get depends on you. We will put our recommendations out, but without your pressure, there is nothing that compels the political class to accept anything. So I will urge you to stay engaged, be stakeholders, not just citizens. Certainly don't be spectators. That one is worse. Being a voter is better than being a spectator. Being a stakeholder is much better. So we will all implore you to please remain engaged, remain interested. This is about our lives. It's about your own future, our children's future. And there is much that this country can do if we are all big stakeholders in the process of governance and this democracy. We wish it well. Thank you. Services, the teachers, the students from the law school, the reverends, the imams, the nananom. We thank you all for availing yourself for this important program. And like the chairman said, we should not only be voters, but we should be that's the rule. Thank you so much for coming. We started with prayer and we'll definitely end with prayer. Shall we all, in all humility, be on our feet whilst we invite Reverend Kofi Nyakon from the Presbyterian Church of Ghana to come and give us the closing prayer.